Hello. Happy Saturday, everyone. Listen to the music. Alrighty. Oh, that's some tangled cords. Listen to the music. Listen to the music. Oh, hi. Madeline, thank you for the 11 months. You guys, I can't stop laughing. I'll show you. Oh, I just posted this on Twitter. Summer fun. You know what I told him? I was like, look, I'm going to show you what mommy did when she was a kid and had to come up with things to do. We had to make our own fun. We had to make our fun in the summertime. Are you having fun? He was not having fun. Is that grain? No, they're redoing the dog path. So it's rocks. Humble beginnings. I don't think he had fun. He looks so tiny. Oh, he was not in there for very long. I sent Will that picture. I was like, we're having fun over here. Don't worry about us. In case you were worried. In case you were worried that we're not keeping ourselves busy. And he goes, did you put boy in a dumpster? I was like, I mean, that's one way to look at it, but also we were having fun. Put boy in a dumpster. Well, that sounds less fun. Summertime. This is why he likes Will more. I know. Will doesn't put costumes on him. Will doesn't teach him to have fun in a dumpster. One boy's dumpster is another boy's fun. Yeah. So glad you're live tonight. I need to pick me up. Well, that's what I'm here for. Speak of the devil, he walked. I know. Hi. Did we have so much fun? Was that fun? You want to tell everyone how much fun you had? Yeah. Yeah. We're really doing it up big, huh? Gypsy. Do you want to go do it again? You want to go do that again? Was that fun? It was so fun. So handsome. Farley, bark twice if your mom is harming you for entertainment. No, you're good. You're so happy. So happy. Happy until we leave on Monday. And then it's going to be hell on earth. But I think he's really going to love the island. I think it's going to be good for him. Yeah, I think it'll be good for you. What advice would you give someone turning 29? Turning 29. The world is not crashing down on you like you think it is. I don't mean like politics and stuff. I mean like when you turn 29, you go, oh my God, this is the last year of my 20s. And it feels like a big deal. It's not. That's what I mean by like everything feels like dramatic and intense. Like, I remember my last year of my 20s, I just kept being like, it's my last year of my 20s. And I was like, oh my God, all these things I didn't do. And then you turn 30 and it's totally fine. And 30s, I think your 30s can be really good for you. Like, you might not be in the financial position you want to be in, but I think your 30s bring more clarity. Brings a little more je ne sais quoi. It's not that deep. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. I was turned 30 earlier this year. I was stressed. And I was stressed. Then 30's been financially, emotionally a better year than 29. Yeah, and look, I know 30s aren't great for everyone, but I do feel like it can be. Even if not everything has lined up in your life. And that's okay. And I think it's this weird thing where in my 20s, I put so much more pressure on myself. I still put pressure on myself, but I put less. Like, in my 20s, I was so hard on myself. And I was in my 20s. In my 30s, I'm learning to chillax a little more. Not get so bent out of shape about everything. Hangovers are longer. Yeah. Yeah, that's been one thing. But you know what too, though? I've learned to drink better. Like, I'm not drinking. I'm not putting as much shit in my body. I still put shit in my body, but I am more responsible with it because hangovers get worse and because I don't want to spend an entire Saturday out of commission. Honestly, I feel like it's so easy to be disappointed by your 20s because you're broke and your expectations are set by trust fund kids. Your 20s are really tough because most of us are broke. Not that like a lot of us aren't broke in the 30s, but you're like seeing people who aren't broke and you feel like you're a fucking disaster and a failure. I was like, no, those people are the exception. And a lot of that comes from family money. That was one thing that I realized. So I was like, oh, okay. I see that now. In my 20s, I just felt like I was always reaching so big, but oftentimes I didn't know what for. And I just always felt upset with myself. Like, I was ambitious, but I didn't always have... it was like ambitious for the sake of being ambitious, rather than just chilling out for a second and thinking about what I really wanted to focus on. I just felt like I had to work so hard, whatever it was. I just had to like kill myself. I had to live to work. If you have the option to live with parents and make money in your early 20s, do it, chat. You will not regret that shit. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. No shame in that if you have that opportunity. Cared way too much about what people thought of me in my 20s. Yes, I was simultaneously I don't take shit, but also took a lot of shit. And what you wanted to focus on was really celebrity poop drama. Yes, that's been my real goal. And now I've achieved it. Every decade of my life, I've been thinking I've got shit figured out. And every decade I notice I don't know shit. Yeah, I think it's this pressure of I need to have shit figured out. And you're like, what does that even mean? Is there's like an end? And once I reach that end and then shit is all figured out, that I'm good? Because that doesn't exist. Life is like, at least what I think it's going to be. And from what I've heard from older people, you're always figuring things out. And sometimes you figure certain things out, but there's no like, I don't think there's ever you reach a point where you're like, okay, I'm totally good. I've done it. As someone who's 26, my 20s have absolutely sucked. I consistently feel like I can't get my head above the water. I literally just paid off my credit card debt. My car just shit the bed. I just put $100 worth of tires on it. Just replaced my engine manifold, catalytic converter. I'm reading all this and I'm taken right back to when I was 25 years old. And my days were just consumed with like, oh my God, my car got broken into. Oh my God, I have to replace this. Oh my God, I have to like pick up more shifts because I have to. Like I remember one time I skipped Thanksgiving because I was like, it's too expensive for me to fly home. I'd rather stay and work. And I did. I stayed and worked at the clubs and my car got broken into one of the nights. And they broke my windows and it was just I was like, I can't catch a fucking break. I stayed here to work and now I'm spending more money than I made working this weekend. And I don't know, it's money problems can be so consuming. So it's just constantly weighing on you. And then you think like, okay, I'm finally in a good place. And then something happens that like you can't anticipate. And it's really hard. Being poor is really expensive. Yeah. It's really difficult. I don't know, man. Sometimes you just gotta take a deep breath and you're like, I'm going to get through this. I'm going to get through this. But I recognize that it is very hard. It is very hard. Yeah. You just gotta keep telling yourself that I'm going to get through this. I sure do love this money thing we made up and let control our lives. Well, sucks because when you're poor, you often buy cheaper things that break faster, costing more money in the long run. Yeah, it's like that that graphic or that meme's not the right word, but it's the side by side of like a $200 pair of boots and then a $20 pair of boots, and the $200 pair of boots that like a wealthy person can afford, and then the $20 pair of boots that a poor person can afford, but they end up having to spend more money because the $20 pair of boots, lower quality, you have to replace them more often, they're just worse for you. But that's like a visual side by side of how it is very expensive being poor. Honestly, if you can wait it out, always save for the better quality item. Yeah, that's true. It is, if you can, it is better to save, buy the quality item so you're not constantly dealing with replacing cheap, shitty items. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I'd get in such a bad headspace, because I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing out here? I'm killing myself to be in this industry that so much is dependent on luck and who your family is. And I'm just having all these problems and I'm sacrificing all this shit, blah, 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 blah. And I would just have to like focus on something that was going right. I'd have to find one thing, even if it was small. I'd be like, okay, I'm like my health. My health was something, even when I got sick a lot when I was a teacher, but it was still like, okay, that is something that I can have gratitude for. That's not a small thing. That's a big thing. But you are the most empathetic person on Twitch, regardless of topic. Good to see good people succeeding on the platform. Well, thank you. I feel like when I hear a lot of your guys' stories and what you're experiencing, I relate to a lot of it. And that's why I hope that even though we all have different stories, we're all on different paths, we're all in different situations in life, just even feeling like you're not alone and that you're not screaming into the void. And if I can just be here to be like, it will get better. And even if you're like, that sounds like bullshit, but I'm going to try to believe it. Yeah. I don't know. And I also, look, not everyone's going to have the path that I have, but maybe you're in a similar situation where your 20s just, you couldn't catch a break. It was fucking brutal. Didn't have any money, constantly working. And then, for me, I chose a new path. I threw everything into streaming. I was very lucky that I was able to succeed pretty quickly after starting this. But, it's an example of how you can try to do something new, but it's also I am aware that there's no guarantees. My dad always says life is tough. It's tougher alone. Find a community to be a part of. Yeah, that was one thing that always got me through, was having friends to commiserate with in my 20s. Like, especially when I was working in nightclubs, if I had not had my group of gals who we all did this job together, it would have been significantly worse than it was. But it was a lifesaver. It was like all of us going through this thing where, none of us are from LA. We'd all moved out here for different reasons, and we're just trying to survive. And now Caroline has 4 wine cellars. I know. Look at me. Look at me. Every time I feel down, I think about how people in Gaza are doing. I'm like, buck up, you'll get through this, and are so lucky. Yeah, I think it's that conundrum of your life is your life. Your struggles are your struggles. Having perspective is good. It's always the like kids are starving in Africa type of thing. There's like on a macro level and a micro level, really terrible things happening around the world. And it's good to have perspective and it's good to have empathy for those people. But I also always caution of not minimizing your own struggles because you feel guilt then for even complaining or feeling badly about your situation when you're like, well, someone else has got it worse. Yeah, that's true. Someone else is always going to have it worse. But it doesn't mean that like both aren't true. You can both hate that children are starving and hate that you have to spend 30% of your income on rent. That's always going up. Got any advice for finding and genuinely connecting with friends in a new city feels harder when everyone has work and chores? I always made friends through work. Now, I never worked from home. I never did remote work, so I was always in an office, and that was easy to bond with people that way. Because it was another thing too, we're like, we're in this together. When I worked in politics, when I worked in clubs, like any job I had, I was always with young people who I could relate to. Shared struggles, yeah. I know that a lot of people work remotely, either part-time or full-time, and that can be hard connecting with people at work because you're remote. Otherwise, I always try to figure out like, okay, do I have any connection to anyone? You stand with the Israelites. I love how obsessed with Israel you are, that we're not even talking about Israel. Girl, you're so obsessed. You're so obsessed. It's weird. Like, we're talking about not Israel, and that's all that she's all you can think about. Also, Israelites. Did you just like come from the past? Did you get in a time machine? If so, share. Let the class know. Anyway, what were we talking about? Finding friends. Yes. I would always connect initially with, even if I didn't have any direct friends, it was like, oh, someone that I know who knows someone who lives in that city. And you just kind of like, I don't know. I hate that you put yourself out there. And it was one of those things where like I would meet people that way, but then the people I ended up being better friends with, I would always meet through the people that I had met, through someone I knew. That makes sense. But that can be a helpful way to try and meet people as well. Doing things that you are interested in, a hobby group, intramural sports, stuff like that. Just anything that's going to put you around people where you can try and meet them, and that you already know you have something in common. Volunteering is a good way. C. Zerkley, thank you for the 7 months. Sensi Hannah, thank you for the gift. And Ashley, thank you for the 21 months. Are you interested in listening to a clip from an unhinged Twitter space? Yeah, will you send it? Going to the gym is an easy way. I wouldn't know. I mean, I am a gym goer now. Well, I was before Will left. I was a gym goer for a week. You can also, okay, another thing I will say, your 20s are not your only time to meet people. I know some people are like the no new friends, or if I'm over 30, it's weird to make new friends. No, it's not. I hope that I'm making new friends up until I kick the bucket. It's not something that's just during your young years. That's a big one, actually. Thanks for saying that. I feel so strongly about this. I'm always open to meeting new people. Pew, pew, pew. Thank you for the prime. And then we talked about this when we watched the video on the internet and community and like loneliness. Remember, you don't have to have that many friends. Like if you have this idea of a number of friends that you need to have to like not be lonely or feel as if you're doing it, you're doing the thing, and then you don't reach that, then you'll feel like a failure. And that's a mindset that has to be changed. Having a lot of friends is great, but also you don't have to have a lot of friends. And if you feel like you don't have a lot of friends, that doesn't mean that you have failed. Do you feel fulfilled? Are you asking chat or are you asking me? Just like in general, fulfilled? Strawberry Star, thank you for the tier 1. COVID also fucked a lot of things up. Yeah. And for some people, COVID is like still severely fucking things up. Like it certainly is something where a lot of what I'm saying, if you're disabled, if COVID is something that is still a huge part of your life because you're disabled and because you can't just do what a lot of people have done and like go back out into the world. Like, yeah, it is these are all obstacles. So sometimes when I give advice, I know that it's not, I can't give advice that's applicable to every single person. I know that. And so for disabled people, like online community is really important, and that's why it's good to like not just diss the internet, and be aware that for some people it's their lifeline to having community. Being disabled is not like TV and movies. People do not rally around you. Yeah, it's not the what was that fucking movie with Kevin Hart and Brian the Upside? I never saw that movie, but I remember seeing like some advertisement from it. I was like, nah, no thanks. It's a remake of Les Intouchables, French film. Twitch has been great while I've been laid out with chronic illness starting in 2019. Y'all just chatting streamers do a great service. We're just here to yap. Provide some comfort, some entertainment, some good conversations. Miss Kwan thriving in and making friends in her mid-40s is so encouraging and inspirational. Great. I'm glad. Mid-40s. Okay. Tommy, thank you for the prime. You look fantastic for mid-40s. Yeah, thanks. I skipped a decade. I must have been in a coma. Do you have any advice on building online communities and how that's helped your social life? I mean, I gotta be honest. Funny enough, even though I'm an internet creator and my job is internet, I was not a huge internet user until I started streaming. So this is my really first experience having an online community. Yeah, I know, we know. I know you guys know that I know you know. Like, I was on the internet. You know, I was on the internet. I just, it was just very, very different for me, like it is now. So this is my first time really having online community. So to your question of advice on building online communities, I think Twitch can be a very helpful way to do that, to build an online community, because this is an online community. And depending on who the streamer is, people have things in common who are part of that community. And how has that helped your social life? Well, streaming in general has made my social life go down, but that's okay. I still find times to be social. Like, I'm going tonight to my friend's birthday party. I don't know if it's like, I mean, it's a social life, but it's online. Like, we're social together in this place. If that makes sense. I didn't become part of online communities or have any online friends, so I got more involved with Twitch during lockdown, just like with people IRL. It takes time to build connections and relationships. Yeah, and I think for me, it's finding a balance between everything, which for the first year and a half of me streaming, I wasn't achieving that balance very well. I was just very online all the time. Like when I wasn't streaming, to me, streaming, this is weird, but when I'm streaming, I'm not, I don't consider this like me being online, even though, yeah, I'm online. I'm on the internet. But it's when I'm not streaming and I'm just spending all my time on Twitter, for instance. What is going on with chatters today? Oh, did I miss something else? Damn. I love when we're having a nice conversation and then weirdos come in. It was like, I think you're in the wrong place. I think you found the wrong... You walked in the wrong door. Here's the Twitter space clip. So what is this about? Oh, this is about Olivia Culpo's four wedding dresses. Okay. I was just reading a little bit about this earlier. Weirdos are anti-fun. Isn't that always the truth? That like it exposes, it's a self-report on the weirdos who come in here and no matter what we're talking about, will be like, I love Israel. And you're like, that's really weird. Like that's a reflection of you, that you think everyone else is fucked up, that everyone else is weird, and you're the cool guy, and you're not the cool guy. You're not the cool guy. You're the guy who only can think about one thing, and that's Israel, and Israel doesn't know you, little bro. Like, it's not even relevant, man. You can't talk about anything else. You can't think about anything else. Yeah, and I think they think that they'll get some big rise out. And I'm like, no, because you're weird. Like, you coming in and saying that, no one's going to, like, take the time to have some fight with you. We're just gonna point out how weird you are. What a freak you are. Mandy, thank you for the 4 months. JW, thank you for the gifted. Okay, I want to watch this Twitter space. Wasn't even I love Israel is the even more wrong I stand with Israelites. Like they don't know what words they're using. The only thing you should make your whole personality about is discovering celebrities who have shit in other celebrities' houses. That's acceptable. To be a diarrhea detective. He stands with Israel and is a Will Neff fan. No, that's just someone trying to... That's like someone just reaching for anything to try to put me down. No. Ain't no way. And if they are a Will Neff fan, he hates you. He hates you. I'm going to speak for him. I can tell you 100%. He thinks you're a freak and should go fuck yourself. I'm going to go turn my air down. Hold on. Hello, found you through the yarn. Love the content, girl. What's up? Welcome in. Context for this space is that Taylor's saying what Gaylors believe are songs about Carly. Wait, this isn't about... Why? That looks like Olivia Culpo's wedding. Or maybe it's not. Okay, I thought this was the Olivia Culpo wedding dress drama. But then Travis showed up unannounced and they left holding hands. Is this going to break my mind? Okay, it's one minute.
And we all know who her best friend was during that time period. And then the beard walks out.
Why are Twitter Spaces just a cesspool of the most insane people? Does anybody use Twitter Spaces for good?
It up. They don't get it. They never will. He's a contract. Don't they get it? It's a cycle. She gets up there and gays the fuck out of the show. Here comes Travis to cover it up. They don't get it. Travis is not her best friend. Period. Never was. They weren't friends. He's a contract. And when the contract ends, they're going to be crying, oh, boo-hoo-hoo.
It's also amazing how confident these people are when spewing crazy shit. They're so confident about it. Oh my God.
And we've told them, bro, she's up there singing about Carly fucking Kloss every fucking night.
Why are they so desperate for Gaylor? Why?
Like
there are plenty of lesbian pop stars. Not plenty, but you know what I mean. You got a couple of them. They're making waves. And no, JoJo Siwa doesn't count. But like, if you want a lesbian pop star, you have JoJo Siwa. No, but you have Chapel. You have Renee. You have Billy. Like I gotta stop saying plenty. Every other girly is a lesbian. You have lesbian and bi pop girlies, okay? Haley Kiyoko's right there. Yes. Hello? Why do you need it to be Taylor Swift? Yeah, Melissa Etheridge for those who are over 40.
I'm so flabbergasted. I am fucking speechless about what this bitch did tonight. I'm gonna get you back. I don't want you like a best friend. What? Has nothing
And
to do
with
with
I'm gonna
Travis.
get you back.
Like
With I'm gonna get you back. Like singing a song about wanting to get together with your ex, and he is in the audience,
right,
and they don't
get
think that's
it. Do
weird.
they understand how stupid they look? Do they understand how stupid they look? I'm gonna get you back. Say you got somebody, and I'll say I got somebody too. What does that mean?
Bro, and I'm only basing this off of analyzing the person's voice. They sound like they're over the age of 40. I gotta be honest. That does not sound like the voice of a 20-year-old. That sounds like the voice of a grown-ass woman. Way too old. Way too old to be so deep in this shit. It's kind of giving Club Chalamet. Is this Club Chalamet's all? Has Club Chalamet moved on to a new obsession? What the fuck? Don't stop singing breakup songs because you're in a relationship. What world do they live in? Taylor's not that literal. I know. I can't even begin to try to understand it though. Squishy Dough, thank you so much for the bits. Man.
What does that mean, Swiffers? Say you got him, and I'll say I got.
It's not even Swift, isn't it? It's Swifties.
Not him. I'm gonna get you back. That's what that means, you dumbasses. Jesus fucking Christ.
Swiffers? That's like what you use on your floor. That's a mop. Wait, okay, so this person using the term Swiffer, then do they not consider them to be a Swiftie? Because they don't even know the name? Or is that a slur for Swifties who are, according to this person, dumbasses? Like, is that a new slur? It's derogatory? Don't ask, it's complicated. See, this is why I'm like, I can't even begin to try and understand any of this because it's all insane. It's all insane. Let me ask Cutie. I'll text her. I'll say, have you ever heard Swiffers? I can't even type. Swiffers being used as a derogatory term for Swifties. Swiffers / derogatory. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some Swifties go by Swiffers instead because Swiftie has a negative connotation. Well, Swiffer sounds stupid. Swiffer, all I can think of is just the thing that you use to clean your floors. Another clip. Okay, this is the last one I'm listening to because my brain is melting.
That they would see right through her like she's asking them to do.
Wait, Cutie says, no LMAO, not once. Where did you see that? I'm listening to a clip of an insane Twitter space where some woman is going nuts. And I'll just send her this link. Okay, wait.
Her best friend.
Let me send this to her. It's too much to try to explain. She'll understand when she listens to it. Okay.
But
they
at this
won't,
point,
and
it's
when
just
that
a lost
bombshell,
cause.
they won't, and when that bombshell gets dropped and she does come out, they're gonna be like, oh no, we knew all along, we just didn't want to say it. No, you fucking
Oh,
didn't.
that's gonna
Don't
be their
fucking
exact.
lie.
No, that's gonna be their line. Their line is gonna be, oh, we knew, we just didn't want to out her. That's gonna be their fucking line, and it's gonna piss me off because we've been
And then
telling.
they're
She's
gonna
been dropping
come.
hairpins.
Yep.
This bitch knows her queer history, bro. She knows her queer history.
Are they talking about Taylor? Where are they getting this from?
She
Like, what do
has
you
done
think
her
of-
fucking research.
What?
Dropping hairpins? Come on, bro. You think they're...
I'm sorry, but where in Taylor's, like, maybe I've missed it, but Taylor knows queer history. I don't look at Taylor Swift. I don't look at the aesthetics of Taylor Swift, the music of Taylor Swift, and go, you know what? Knows her queer history.
Stonewall? You think Stonewall's inviting a fucking straight artist to perform at their fucking anniversary? Are you kidding me? As a queer fucking person, are you kidding me? Do you know our history?
Bro, Bud Light and every other corporation are a part of Pride Month. Do we not understand how this has become normalized with straights and with, like, people who are not a part of the queer community to be a part of Pride? Huh? What?
Get yourself...
There are so many pop stars like Katy Perry. I'm getting a call. Hello, I am on stream.
Hi, I'm here as your field reporter.
Yeah, what the hell?
What questions do you have, ma'am?
Okay, so first of all, the woman in that clip that I sent you, she is like over the age of 40. Her voice sounds like she's a grown-ass woman.
Yeah, she's a galer, for sure.
So I don't understand. She's a galer, but she used the term Swiffer as like derogatory for Swifties.
I feel like maybe I'm crazy. Someone would have to prove otherwise. That's the first time I've heard it. So I feel like, and I've seen a lot of galer shit, I feel like she just like misspoke, no?
I don't know. Some people in here were saying that some Swifties call themselves Swiffers now because of the negative connotation.
Oh, okay. Bad girls.
Yeah. So apparently it is a term, but it's maybe not always used derogatorily.
Weird.
Hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but the reason, you know the Carly Claus shit, right?
Yes, that and
Okay.
and people cannot move past this.
Yeah, they can't move past it. Because there was this, like, Dumois article forever ago about Joe Alwyn, about how their contract was that he had to win an award, but he couldn't get an Oscar because he was too dog shit at acting, but they were hoping that like Taylor's fame would like get him in better stuff and then he'd get an Oscar. So instead he got a Grammy because he co-wrote Betty with her on the Folklore album, and so then he ended up getting a Grammy, and so people are like, oh, since he got his Grammy, that's why their contract ended and they broke up and da-da-da. Like they just find these weird things.
They're not okay.
They're not okay.
They're not
I mean,
okay.
this is what I say about the Carly. There are definitely some songs about Carly Kloss, and like they are breakup songs, but you can also just like break up with friends.
Yeah.
And sometimes friend breakups are like way more impactful
Yes.
than like boyfriend breakups.
Yes,
you know?
I agree with that. I think friend breakups are devastating in a way that romantic breakups aren't. Like they can be devastating as well, but a friend breakup hurts in entirely different ways.
Well, and it's kind of funny that lady that Gaylor was yelling about her singing "I'm Gonna Get You Back," because yeah, it's about, you know, getting back at an ex, but it's also about getting back at an ex in like a revengeful way, not just like I'm gonna get you back. And like it's literally it's like very, very clearly a Maddie Healy song. So it's funny that she's like, that's about Carly.
Why do they so badly want Taylor to be gay?
I've kind of like picked. I think Taylor set herself up for failure because she like started doing these Easter eggs, and so now there's people that think they understand her more because they found an Easter egg or they put a paternity test to a song or whatever. So now I really get my icon, and my icon is so closeted, and she's just like me, and she represents me, and I just understand her more than you dumb fuck. Because a lot of the times Swifties will like use other Easter eggs over other people's heads. Like, I figured this out first. Like, I'm the bigger fan. You know, it's just like, it's weird. It's like as clearly a very big Taylor Swift fan, being that chronically online and aggressive, like the Easter eggs are fun. It's like doing a New York Times puzzle. Like if you're in the lore, you know, it's fun. It's like knowing Five Nights at Freddy's lore. Like it's not necessary at all, but it does make the game more fun. But when you become obsessed with it, is like such a problem on either side of the spectrum.
Wait, okay, so people who are like gaylers, the ones who are obsessed with claiming that Taylor is gay, are you saying that they're most likely gay themselves, and so it's like I connect with Taylor on this, I know, blah blah blah?
It's a mix, because I've seen gaylers be like, you don't know what it's like, because you know I've a time or two I've called gaylers a little cuckoo cabana. Like that's how I got canceled by Swifties.
Yes.
People thought I was a gayler. And then I like commented, I was like, yo, I think gaylers are cuckoo. Like, you know, I'm not on your team. I'm not, don't put your flag on my back. And then a few people were like, you don't know what it's like to finally be represented like in society by such a big icon, you know? And then other people that aren't gaylers are just ones that want to be know-it-alls, and they just want to be like, oh, I figured this out before you did. You know, like I've been right all along. I've been right all along. I've been telling you. And they hold on to that because that's so much easier to say. Like, you just wait is way easier to say than, oh, I'm an idiot and I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think I have, of those two camps, I have little more empathy for the ones who are gay and so desperately want that representation in someone who's as big of a pop star as Taylor is.
Yeah.
But still, both camps, it's giving unhealthy parasocial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the I Need to Calm Down music video was very hype because you have this very, very famous person doing a song quite literally about being gay and like shaming homophobic people, but it did not, even as big of an ally I am as myself, like I've never dyed my hair like the bi flag colors, you know, so she didn't do herself.
Well, are you really an ally?
Yeah, you know, but like she didn't do herself any favors by how camp she went into that. But like I still think it's a great song, and I think it's a great message, and it's just crazy how much like there's just the tiniest things that have fueled these people that it's just like wow. And maybe like she said she's straight, you know, and maybe she'll be gay someday, but like who cares?
Yeah.
You know, like if she were to ever come out as gay, it's like, okay.
Yeah, man. It is one of those things where I'm like, if Taylor is bi, I personally don't care. I'm like, whatever,
Yeah.
cool. Just,
But I told you so. I told you I was right this whole time because of this Easter egg that I saw back when she sang Wonderland, and Diane Argonne had a Alice in Wonderland tattoo, and so they were clearly dating, and like we've known since the Fearless days, dummies, like, you know.
Oh, so has Gaylor been a thing before Carly Kloss?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just people have always speculated on her sexuality, but in a way that they're like, I know. It's not even speculation. It's treating it as fact.
Yeah.
Yikes.
They do. I mean, for the record, they do it for. I think it is fun. It is fun and silly to take a paternity test to a song and be like, okay, White Horse is about Joe Jonas because she said in an interview, you know, it matches up with the relationship. That's fun and silly, whatever. But it's also like sometimes people get way too invested in that too. Like, it's just crazy. So even like, it's just fans get obsessed with these puzzles that, again, you're never going to get the answer to. So of course it's going to like drive you crazy. Like, I don't know.
It's going to consume your life.
Yeah. It needs to be like as entertainment and not as like, your end all be all, because my God, dude.
My God. Also, someone said, as a lesbian, Taylor seems like maybe the most straightest woman in history to me.
I mean, her friendship with Carly Kloss was like very like girl boss, take over the world, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and even if she did make out with her best friend, who hasn't?
Who hasn't? Wait. Who? So.
Oh.
What does that mean that you and I haven't made out?
Oh.
So things are being revealed here.
Oh.
Once again, whine about it. I just can't compete. I just can't compete.
Yeah, me and Maya, we make out every weekend. We make sure we set aside.
That's in the Patreon.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It is Ludwig's birthday today. Yes?
It is.
Yes. Do you guys have fun plans?
No.
Is he still being wishy-washy? Such a boy.
I had a karaoke room, but he told me to cancel it, so I don't know.
Oh, well, you have that cake at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a piece of art.
Thank you.
I don't think. Yeah, you can't even eat that cake. It just needs to be in the MoMA. It needs to be hung up in the MoMA on a display.
I'm talented. I don't get enough credit for those cakes I make.
You don't.
I know. What am I gonna do?
You should go on Great British Bake Off.
Okay, that's the solution.
Can you go on that? Wait, can you go on that if you're not British?
No.
Okay, we got to make you British. You just have to just start spouting really racist stuff.
Ooh.
Ooh, but in a British accent.
I did try that. I did get I got some drum today. Did you see my drum?
No.
What the heck? Bruce dropped him off, pulled up my stream, and I said, yo, he was like, yo, cutie, because I know Bruce back from Austin show days, and then I was like, yo, Bruce, don't you hate white people?
You said that on stream?
Funny. Yeah, I thought it was funny, and then Bruce went on Twitter and was like, cutie is why I hate white people, and I was like, oh, my bad. I thought I was being silly, goofy, crazy.
Cutie is why I hate white people.
I was like, damn it.
You're also why I hate white people.
No.
Raise your hand if Cutie Cinderella is why you hate white people.
No.
Wait, that's pretty funny.
I know.
You're not white, you're Mormon.
Yeah, I know.
That's not fair.
Not fair.
Oh.
I'm not white, I'm a Swiffer.
You're a Swiffer. That's a protected class. Yeah. Some people are saying that you're Latina. You're like Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yep.
A white Latina. Still Latina.
Yeah. I got my Ambelita recipes. She gave me some recipes.
There we go.
And Mignana, S-year Mignana.
So, are you gonna respond to Bruce?
No, I decided I should take myself and my sarcasm out of here.
You know, every time, how many times have we had this conversation where it's like you can't make any jokes. You can't have sarcasm. You can't make jokes. We just have to be silent.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
We just can never speak.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah, every time. Every time. Oh, apparently XQC reacted to it. Oh, I don't want to see that reaction.
Say?
I don't know. That's what my chat is
Did
saying.
He call me white too?
God.
No.
Lord.
Can I make XQC hate white people?
Oh, that'd be pretty funny.
Oh, I'm ruining this for white people.
You are not a good representation.
True.
God. It was funny. Yeah, that sounds pretty funny to me. I haven't seen the clip, but I'm laughing. I'm still laughing. All right. Well, thanks for the
You're welcome.
Thanks for the info. Tell Lud happy birthday.
We'll do that.
And if you guys don't end up doing anything and you want to come with me tonight
Okay, dokie.
to T's 30th, let me know.
So many birthdays on one day.
I know. Another friend of mine was like, I'm having a party. I said, no, I'm sorry. I can't.
Jesus.
I know. He's like, there's going to be a lot of big sponsors and stuff here. I was like, no, I'm absolutely definitely not going to a party where the intent would be for me to network.
Yeah, what? That sounds
Absolutely not.
That sounds awful.
Anyway, all right, well, just
All right.
text me later. Let me know.
Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. Okay, that was our daily Swiffer correspondent, Cutie Cinderella. Frosny, thank you for the 13 months. Talkie, thank you for the prime. Wow. Okay. I've hit my Gaylor. I have hit my Gaylor quota. I can't listen to these people anymore. It's not good for me. It's really not good. I listened to it, I'm like, my brain is breaking. It's screenshots, scalers and Kaylers reacting to today's surprise songs. No, I can't look at any of this. Oh, these people, I'm so scared of them. I'm honestly, yeah, Ashley has 5 hours. 5 hours of Taylor content queued up always. She's like, look at it. These people scare me. I gotta be honest. There have been a few times that I've tweeted about Taylor Swift, and it's never been a total condemnation. I always try to be thoughtful, and I'm also scared. But still, they come for me. They came for Cutie, who's a huge Taylor Swift fan. What's that whole, at first they came for, the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not. First they came for Cutie Cinderella, and I did not speak out because I was really scared. And then they came for me, and I did not speak out because I was really scared. It's to the point where publications don't attribute Taylor Swift reviews to a single writer anymore because they get harassed. I know. I read that one. I don't know if I talked about it on stream, but I read the one review of her latest album, and they put a note in it that they specifically are not naming the writer, that it's supposed to be just all of the writers did this piece, so there's not one person that they can go after. And they were still like, we'll fine you. You can't hide. we will know. We know. We'll find out who you are. Fantano gets, oh my God, there's been so much hate. Every time I see Fantano's name talked about online, it's people calling him a misogynist if he doesn't review a female artist's album positively, and it's always, but specifically it's the ones who have some of the crazier standums. Yeah, I mean, that dude has pissed off a lot of standums, and some of the worst ones. Yikes. Oh. Ooh. If he doesn't give JoJo Siwa's album a 10 out of 10, he is a misogynist. No, you know what's funny? If he gave JoJo Siwa's album a 10 out of 10, people would come for him. LMAO, meanwhile, he gave Brat like a 10 out of 10. Yeah. I love to criticize criticism by taking it so personally. Oh, someone doesn't like my favorite artist? It's not even me. I'm not even the artist, but it's my favorite artist. So I'm going to go insane. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gifteds. Okay, so we're going to do some lighthearted reacts today, and I was also thinking, I know that a lot of you have recommended the hbomberguy plagiarism video, and I looked it up today. It's long. It's so long. I'm assuming it's very good. It's worth the 4 hours because it has 27 million views. LMAO, that's not a light react. In my opinion, anything that's not politics is a light react. I'm like, yeah. Like straight politics. It's also not on one person, but several. Okay. No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I've heard of the video. There was a chatter was very passionate about me watching it yesterday. A lot of people have mentioned this to me, so methinks that we'll watch some of it tonight. I definitely will need to split it up because I have to leave by 9. So I have some other things that I wanted to react to, and then we can watch some of that. Yeah, I'm in my long reacts era. I want to watch Io Adebari's. That's only like 5 minutes, but her Criterion collection video is out. Squidward Tentacles, the perfect antagonist video essay. Let me save this tonight because I have a couple things that I want to watch, but I'll put that into my stream vids. Okay. Let me pull up stream vids. Okay, so this one. Disney Channel themes a history mystery, an hour and a half. Okay, I'll save this one too. I know you guys love to share things with me, and I put them into my big YouTube playlist. So if ever I'm like, okay, let's watch this. Did you see that Tobey Maguire attended that 4th of July party with a 20-year-old? Yes, I did. She wasn't even born when the first Spider-Man came out. Tobey Maguire is turning 50. His daughter is 17, and he's dating a 20-year-old. And he's a freak. I have a lot of stories about Tobey Maguire, and I will just tell you, that's not a good guy. That's not a good guy. He's one of those guys that I just have multiple stories about. And he's best friends with Leo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they used to come into the clubs all the time. One time, I guess maybe the girls weren't young enough because they were both so bored that they took out their phones and were playing Candy Crush at the table. And I was like, oh, should we bring in some teenagers? Would you guys have fun then? These girls are all in their late 20s, so sorry. Yikes. We have to watch this. It's short, but I saw a clip and I need to see the rest. I have the Eric Andre chicken shop date one too. Those are nice though, because they're 6 minutes long, so we can knock those out. Tobey Maguire. Yikes. Yikes. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. Okay. So I'm only going to spend approximately 2 minutes on this because I've already covered this. But this girl will not shut the fuck up. She won't stop talking. She just keeps making the rounds and talking about how, like, she's actually a victim of nepotism. She won't shut the fuck up. And now she's saying that she's never gotten a job because of her famous father, Eric Roberts, or her aunt, Julia Roberts, but that she's lost jobs because of them. I can't stand her. Just shh, shh, shh. You are not a victim. Not at all. I've lost more jobs than I've gained from being in the business. People have opinions and some. It's crazy because your dad, who's weird, yeah, your dad still gets jobs all the time. Your dad's not a pariah. He's not an outcast. He's just a guy who will be in anything. Like, he needs money, so he takes every job. So that's why he does like 700 acting jobs a year. I too have a Deadline article talking about how I lost jobs because of my relation to my very famous aunt and my famous father, my famous family. Oh my God. No, babe, she's really struggling. It's giving unempathetic. Oh my God. People have opinions and sometimes maybe they're not good opinions of people in your family. I've never gotten a job because of it. I know I definitely have lost a couple jobs because of it. Babes, you booked the first job you ever auditioned for. You booked a role on a Ted Demme film starring Johnny Depp because you told your mom, I think I want to audition. And your mom was like, sure, we'll bring you on an audition. You did one audition. Like, and the other thing too that Emma would never, ever, ever recognize. Fine. Let's say that this is true and you've somehow never benefited in your career from nepotism and you've only ever been hurt by it. How about the fact that you were born into wealth? Will Neff has a daily occurrence now where he pops in, he drops 5, he says hi to everyone. We all tell him how much we love him and we miss him. Neff hits it right in time. Mm-hmm. I'm always about to open my mouth and go the fuck off too. And then Will comes in like, hi everyone. How are you doing? And I'm about to be like, this fucking bitch. Anyway, the calming presence. 2 minutes is up. Okay, I'm doing one more minute. So what I was saying is that let's say all those things are true, which they're just objectively not. Emma would never recognize her privilege of being born into wealth, of being born into a famous family. Like, that has its privileges outside of trying to pursue a career as an actress and trying to follow the footsteps of your father and your aunt. But no, it's all, oh, actually, I'm really a victim and I've had it harder, and like people just, they don't give me credit. Also, you got an article written about you, how nepotism hurts you because of nepotism. You got this written because you're a nepo baby. Wait till I get to the next part here, okay? Okay. After her breakout leading role in the Nickelodeon series Unfabulous, Emma and her Aunt Julia both appeared in Gary Marshall's 2010 ensemble romantic comedy Valentine's Day. But sure, Aunt Julia had nothing to do with Emma's career at all. You don't think Gary Marshall thought to himself, man, it'd be really cool to have Julia Roberts, who's one of the most famous fucking actresses in the world, would be really cool to have her in this movie, and I'll have her niece also be in the movie, so it'll be an exciting thing. But yeah, no, Emma's never benefited. Never. But somehow the Madam Web actress avoided being mentioned in New York Magazine's 2022 Nepo Baby feature. Then why is she so bent out of shape? She wasn't even in the New York Magazine Nepo Baby feature, which is what pissed off so many Nepo babies, including her. And she wasn't even a part of it. Also, the Madam Web actress. I'm laughing at that. Should I be offended? Emma joked to Flaunt. What do you want, girl? What do you want? I know this is a joke here, but you're still mentioning it. So do you want to be mentioned as a Nepo baby or do you not? Because either way, you're finding any excuse to talk about how it's the greatest slur ever. It was a cheap shot to pull all the celebrity kids on the cover. Actually, it wasn't all of them because it's a lot more. They couldn't fit all of them. On the cover of a magazine on babies' bodies, she continued, it's like maybe the Nepo Baby conversation would have been a more interesting article written intelligently in Vanity Fair with nuance. But instead, it was this kind of viral hating on people thing. Oh my God. Emma previously called out the sexist double standard around the Nepo Baby discourse, using her aunt's frequent co-star George Clooney as an example. People definitely have preconceived notions of you, she said last month on Bruce Bossie's Table for Two podcast. I think there's two sides of the coin. You know, people like to say you have a leg up because you have family in the industry. But then the other side to that is, you know, you have to prove yourself more, Emma continued. Also, if people don't have a good experience, no, you have to prove yourself more to like you like prove yourself more in the sense that you have to be talented. Because then otherwise people would be like, yeah, this is a Nepo baby who doesn't have any talent. We don't want them. Nepo babies with talent, great. I think there's something to be said where everybody loves the kind of overnight success story. And so if you're kind of not the girl from the middle of nowhere that broke into Hollywood, you know there's kind of an eye roll of like, well, your dad was this. Emma said, I always joke. I love that this idea that like throughout the years, she's always made this joke. She'll be at a party. She'll be at dinner. She just always is bringing it up. Why is no one calling out George Clooney for being a Nepo baby? His aunt Rosemary Clooney was an icon. Girl, I doubt that you are always making this joke. And if you are, people are probably tired of it. Get a new joke. Get a new joke, girl. Anyway, that was approximately 5 minutes, but hoof. Secret Bummas, thank you for the 6 months. Emily Dawn, thank you for the Prime. Celebrities like this just need to shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Luca Guadagnino's After the Hunt is now in production. I thought this was Timothée Chalamet. I was like, wow, he really loves to work with him. That's definitely not Timothée Chalamet right here. That's a different white man. Great cast. That's what would be an alternative name for Timothy, a hipster name. Tim Chalamet. Tim Chalamet. Okay. Anywho, there's that info or that story. Okay, this story is very funny. I laughed. Kevin Bacon spent a day as a regular person. I was like, this sucks. Ain't no way Kevin was like, I don't want to be one of you people. I hate your life. You're like, wow, he is honest. Okay. Kevin Bacon has daydreamed about walking through life as a regular, non-famous person. It's like when celebrities will go work at Starbucks as some publicity stunt, or they'll go work at a minimum wage job as a publicity stunt. It's like, what is this romanticizing of minimum wage bullshit existence? A person who hasn't been killed on screen by Meryl Streep, gone to space with Tom Hanks, or sat across the courtroom from Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. A person so unubiquitous that there's no parlor game named for and centered around him. A person who could stroll the earth for a day without being asked for a selfie by a stranger. Then, Bacon realized he could test out his fantasy by donning a disguise. And not just any old costume shop purchase. I'm not complaining, but I have a face that's pretty recognizable, Bacon explains on a recent Zoom. Putting my hat and glasses on is only going to work to a certain extent. So the Golden Globe winning actor and musician went a step further. I went to a special effects makeup artist, had consultations, and asked him to make me a prosthetic disguise. All of this just for fun. He was outfitted with fake teeth, a slightly different nose, and glasses. A getup that made Bacon look a lot like his character in the new Ty West horror film Maxine. A sleazy private detective hired to track down the title character. Bacon put on his normal person camouflage and tested it at one of the most densely populated locations in Los Angeles, an outdoor shopping mall called The Grove. I love The Grove. That's where Will and I went on Valentine's Day when we did that stream. That is perpetually full of tourists. To his initial delight, the disguise really worked. Nobody recognized me, he says. But then an unfamiliar sensation washed over Bacon. The feeling of being invisible. Given the actor's prolific career, it's unsurprising that Bacon has played invisible in 2000's Hollow Man, but that was for an audience. At the Grove, Bacon recalls, people were kind of pushing past me, not being nice. Nobody said, I love you. I love this so much. I cannot get enough of this. Kevin Bacon tried to be a normal person and hated it. Nobody said, I love you. I had to wait in line to, I don't know, buy a fucking coffee or whatever. I was like, this sucks. I want to go back to being famous. This has to be satire. It feels like satire, but it's not satire. And I am dying laughing. And I also love that Kevin Bacon was being so honest about it. He's correct. As a normal person, people didn't care about him. Yeah, he has to do the things that all of us normal people have to do. Like wait in line. Like deal with strangers being shitty to us. But when you're Kevin Bacon, when you're a famous celebrity, it's adoration. It's let me roll out the carpet for you wherever you go. It's just a totally different experience, and it's why being a celebrity, being that famous, and being famous for a long time warps your reality. This is why we say all the time, like, you can't be a normal person because you don't live a normal life. You just don't. And that's why so many celebrities, like we read so many stories about celebrities and they don't feel like real people. They're not living in the same world as us. The same with really rich people too. Uber rich. If he tried to cut in front of me for coffee, I'd punch him in the throat. I gotta be honest, if Kevin Bacon cut in front of me in the line for coffee, I would totally let it happen. I would also probably be like, sir, may I buy you a coffee? I loved your work in Tremors. I would be like, on behalf of my community, because then I would come back and tell you guys the story. I'd be like, holy shit, you guys, I bought Kevin Bacon a coffee and let him cut in line. Yeah, I love you is something I would say. Like, Kevin Bacon, I love you. Hi, Kevin Bacon. And I would freak. No, I would try to be as normal as possible. But this is why celebrity worship, obviously I'm joking around here, but celebrity worship is bad. Celebrity worship is bad because we should never put people on a pedestal simply because they're famous. And it's also this, like, I think people worship celebrities because they aspire to their lives and their existence. And I think that's why, like, celebrities being relatable has become such a big thing. It's not a new thing, but it's a big thing. And it's something that, like, PR teams cook up. You know, they're in the lab cooking up how to make their celebrity more relatable. And that's a way to connect more with fans, because fans want to feel like, oh, this person is just like me. And the truth is, no, they're not. They're not like me. They're not like you. Right. Remember how like Stars magazine, People magazine, they always had that segment of stars. They're just like us. And it'd be a picture of a star in a grocery store. No. Oh, yeah. They're just like us because one time they went grocery shopping. They not like us, as Kendrick says. Yeah, stars, they're just like us. They're eating dinner at a restaurant. A dinner that probably cost $1,000. People want authenticity when really so much is manufactured. Yes, they want authenticity because they want to feel like that can be me. Like, the only thing separating me from this person is this one thing. And it's like, that one thing is everything, though. That one thing is fame, exorbitant wealth, celebrity status. You ever see that video of Bill Gates guessing prices of groceries? Yeah. Yes. I got into the elevator, Mick Jagger and his assistant were in there. I just stood there as still as possible, didn't say anything, got off. Another lady didn't. And I was like, was that? And she was like, yeah, it really was. Yeah. And look, I think being starstruck by someone is normal and something that happens to all of us. It's like a weird thing seeing a celebrity out in the wild because they do seem like they're aliens. Like, they are from a different planet. And then to see them out in the world, you're like, what? You really exist. Sharma, thank you for the 12 months. I love that this experiment lasted 5 minutes for Kevin Bacon. And I think that is the truth. And I think a lot of celebrities who complain about the bad side of being a celebrity, of which, yeah, there are certainly negative aspects, and we've talked about them here. I think that most celebrities, though, would not choose to have a normal life. I think you'd be hard pressed to find a famous person who would choose a normal person life over their life. I think that's just the reality. Yeah, not a fan of the stalkers, love being a multimillionaire though. And love being a person where, yeah, Kevin Bacon is right. Just by being famous, people want to give him things. They want his life to be easy. They think that his time and his existence is more precious. The amount of privilege outweighing the bad. Yeah. When he's on screen, Bacon loves disappearing completely into a character. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think that was... I think it's so funny. I love that this isn't a whole Vanity Fair feature on him, and it pulls you in with the Kevin Bacon spent a day as a regular person. I was like, this sucks. But there's only really this part on it because he only did it for like 5 minutes and then realized, I don't want to do this. So there's nothing to report on. He did prosthetics. He got prosthetics to be a regular person, to fit in, and was like, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. How many stories do we hear of stars who have lost fame and how much they say it sucks for them? Right. Stars who have had a taste of fame, like a real taste, and then they become less famous. And rather than just accepting their place in life, they're always chasing fame. It's a hell of a drug. It's intoxicating. It's intoxicating. It is truly something that you cannot understand until you are in that position. And most of us will never be in that position. But you just think about it, and you can imagine how insane it would be. But then it becomes so normalized, you know? I've read a lot from very famous people who, when they started to take off, how it was like overwhelming and yada yada, but then they get to a point that like it's just their normal existence. It's just what they come to expect, right? Which is why Kevin Bacon, for 5 minutes with people not recognizing him because he wore prosthetics, was like, whoa, I don't know, I don't know how to handle this. I don't like this. Because the opposite has become his normal existence. Didn't 30 Rock do an episode of Pretty People in a Bubble and John Hamm hating being treated regularly? I think so. That sounds familiar. All right. Next story. Let's see what we got here. Actually, let's watch Io's
I'd be on these sales.
Criterion Collection picks. I gotta run to the bathroom though. My boogie shoes. Doo doo. Doo doo doo. What if you and Non played 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon competitively on stream? Oh, that's a good idea. That'd be so funny. Okay.
I'm on these sales. I'm getting these 50% off DVDs just like you are, so I'm very excited to be here. Yeah, I took a picture of all my Blu-rays and my DVDs, and I made a list of all the things that I want. So yeah,
we love a prepared queen.
Cool. This still comes with me. Okay, I'm gonna take High and Low. I've been seeing this like popping off again on
Andre's 2 degrees from
Letterboxd,
Kevin.
which I think is good because this
Low.
is just a truly masterful film to me, and I think Kurosawa is like so amazing. I watched this. It felt like 50 times. It just all felt like a dance. Like the camera's dancing, but also
You know what I wonder? I wonder like how many copies of a film like High and Low still exists. How much is that worth?
so like the actors are doing their own sort of choreography, and it all just is like one beautiful step to the point where I was like, was he a dancer? And he wasn't. He did kendo, which I think, you know, there's movement in that. But yeah, I love the blocking in this movie, and also Tsutomu Yamazaki. He has this moment of physicality at the end of the movie that it's like high theater to me. It's like one of the most beautiful things ever when he's up against, spoiler alert, when he's up against the window and they're having their final confrontation, and he just
Spoiler
has this, like,
alert.
one motion with his body that
Sells for $20 on it. Okay. All right.
think about a lot. So yeah, Charade, absolute fave. I love a heist, and when I found out about this movie,
I love this movie. I love this movie. I think it might be free on YouTube Movies.
Just
I gotta
like-
check.
I was like, oh, perfect, literally perfect. 2 hot people doing a heist, but it's like very goofy and very silly, and there's really fun set pieces, and it's just got that like 60s wit, and I have it, so I won't take it, but I love this movie. I'm going down
It's Audrey
because I saw
Hepburn
Rushmore,
and
it really
Cary
I didn't want
Grant.
to take Battle Rocket. I love this movie because it is like the seeds of a director who you know is going to be great, but also it's just like a movie made by pals. And that to me is heaven. I love when guys be dudes. I love when friends make movies together. And it's not as like polished yet as like Rushmore. Like you're not seeing
Bottle Rocket is Wes Anderson's first feature, FYI.
him totally like knowing, I don't know, who he's gonna be, but it's really wonderful, and the performances are wonderful.
And it's the beginning of him having the Wilson brothers as frequent collaborators, because they were all buddies. They were friends, and they're like, let's make this movie.
And the
Just
writing's
guys
wonderful.
being dudes.
Can we like get like Owen Wilson back on the keyboard? What's up? Pure sexiness, pure Chicago. Love a heist, as I said. And the movie is Thief. I'm taking The Funeral because I already have Tampopo. Juzo Itami's one of my favorite
James
directors ever.
Caan,
And I
Thief.
think
I haven't seen this one.
of
What is
also
this?
all the male directors who are like, my wife is my muse. I'm like, he's the best because he's not like torturing her. He's like, you're gonna fix up a ramen shop or a supermarket or like take down the
I've never
Yakuza.
seen The Funeral.
Also, like his path is really cool from somebody who was like a working actor for a really long time into becoming a director. I think he's the absolute GOAT. I love To Sleep with Anger. I mean, really taps at the core of like African American surrealist imagery in a way that I love. But I'm very, very glad that
Haven't
this
seen that
has
one either.
been,
A Small Taco, thank you for the Prime.
restored and remastered, because I think this movie is worth hundreds of watches. And also shout out to Abbott, because Shel Lee Ralph is in this and is just amazing in this. Everybody's amazing in this. I love this movie. Eyumofe. Eyumofe is a movie by the Asiri brothers, which I loved. They're 2 Nigerian brothers and filmmakers, and they made a gorgeous, gorgeous movie about contemporary Nigeria and these intersecting stories. And
Criterion's
saw it 3
like,
times
that's
in
too much
theaters,
of a
like,
deep
once
cut for
by
us.
myself and then with a friend. It's also half Nigerian, and then with my father. And my father was like,
How would you even discover these films unless you're a film student at a top tier university? I think that there are ways, if you really want to expand your film watching, if you really want to get into into foreign films or films from before 1980, and just films that maybe are are beyond what you typically watch, Criterion Collection is great. They have a whole streaming subscription service. It's Criterion Channel, and it's great. It can help you discover a lot of movies like that. You can also look up like pick a director that you love. Let's say you love Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino will for sure have what's Quentin Tarantino's top 10 movies, and you can see what movies Quentin Tarantino loves. He loves Wong Kar-wai, by the way. I think he loves Kurosawa as well. So there you go. Or if you're like, I love Bong Joon-ho. Great. Bong Joon-ho certainly has been interviewed and has his list of his favorite movies. And then, I don't know, talk to movie lover friends of yours. A lot of times that's how I've ended up watching things that I wouldn't have watched otherwise. Will has shown me a lot of movies. I have a lot of friends who love film, and everyone has different tastes. So I'll always, I get different genres of film depending on who I'm talking to. Like I know, my one friend Henry, he's always going to recommend me stuff that's very slice of life because that's what he loves. Will's going to find me like action movies from the 80s that he's watched 100 times. Ask people what movies they like. Yeah. People who are really into film will talk your ear off and will recommend you stuff. Oh, yes. They'll recommend you film even if you don't ask. Lots of libraries carry Criterion releases too. And then, I don't know, back in the day when we don't really have this anymore, but when there were movie rental places, that was where a lot of people got their movie recommendations. Like that was how Will started off his film watching. It was not from class. It was not his master's program. It was the guy at Blockbuster, like skinny weed smoking dude who worked at Blockbuster on weekends, who would always recommend him stuff. He'd be like, "Oh, dude, you gotta watch this slasher from 1972. It's awesome." Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of ways that you can expand your film knowledge and film watching that doesn't require you to go to film school.
I liked it, and that's a huge review from a immigrant father. Ayez mon fait, also known as This Is My Desire in English. Amazing film. Could not recommend highly enough. Thank you to Criterion for letting me in the closet. I was disgustingly
Damn,
greedy.
she loves older
and
films.
I barely even scratched the surface. I love movies. I love watching movies. I had a fun time in the closet. Goodbye.
I don't think she picked a single movie from before like 1997. Love her letterbox. Hate that fans ruin it for her. I know. She became too famous. And people were just all over her letterbox reviews. But back in the day, she was the queen of letterbox reviews. Meanwhile, Millie Bobby Brown's like, I don't watch movies. Yeah, I always find that odd. She's the most followed letterboxd account. Yeah, that's because she had banger reviews. I love sad movies, but I'm tired of people pointing me to Shawshank and The Notebook. So I look forward to trying that service. Yeah, if you love sad movies, just like watch any French film, any French drama. The French love sad movies. Okay, let's watch. Where did I not pull up the? Thought I pulled up Eric Andre. I want to watch this one first.
Are we rolling? I could tell a prank was coming because you were like.
What's your opinion on remakes, good or bad? Well, I think it depends. I think remakes just for the sake of making money on established IP it does feel case by case. Good or bad is the answer. Yeah. Yeah. Good or bad is the answer to that question.
Why did you want me on this show? Nobody cares about what I have to say.
Well, because I'm a fan of your show.
Really?
So you didn't know that this was a date?
Oh, see, I stopped reading the email at Chicken Shop.
Why did you want to come on this show?
I'm hungry.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to see her energy mixed with his energy.
What?
I'm celibate.
For how long?
A few weeks.
By choice?
Not by choice.
He's celibate.
You put shit in it? I love these pranks. This is like Gen 1. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Hey,
Sorry.
you have ice?
There's no ice.
Europe doesn't have ice. Your crew's so quiet, it feels like a cult a little bit too.
What would you-
It's fucking bizarrely quiet, no eye contact on the way in too. Are you a monster to your crew? That's what I read on Reddit.
No.
Yeah, the toxic environment that you've set up on this
Stop
set.
spreading these rumors.
I won't be silenced.
Are you friends with Peter?
I'm not changing the subject. I'm canceling you.
Eric Andre would be on Reddit.
I'm an Aquarius. You're an Aries.
I am sick,
Would you say that you're a romantic person?
clearly.
So what kind of stuff do you do then that's romantic?
Finger bang, shocker.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm an Aries. Fire sign.
I feel like there's quite a fiery energy between us.
It's palpable. Oh no, don't get me. Are you about to blast me?
Good job I don't know how to use it. So, and it's very
Ain't no way this
good.
man said shocker.
Let me show you. Let me show you.
No.
Let me show you. Let me show you.
Get
Let
away
me
from
show
me.
you. Let me
Get
show you.
away from me.
Let me show you.
No.
Let me show you.
No.
It's very
Just
easy.
Sit back down.
Don't want to
You're
get squirted
blocking
with a thing.
my shot.
I hope I am.
Am I
I
the
hope
only one
I'm
who doesn't-
ruining the whole fucking.
Am I the only one who doesn't care for Eric Andre's humor? I mean, he's not for everyone. I don't think he's ever been a comedian, ever been a performer who's like for a sensible audience. You know, he's not. There are a lot of fans of Eric Andre, but it's certainly it's not like a Bob Saget or a Jerry Seinfeld where like it was very family friendly and had mass appeal. Yeah, he's very absurdist in his humor. He's a shock comedian. That's what he's famous for.
Thing.
Sit down.
I'm gonna make the microphone clip. Hey! Give me the prop.
No!
Hey!
I'll give it to you at the end because I don't want to ruin my.
Sorry, I shouldn't have. Bob Saget was not a good example. I was not thinking about his. I was not thinking about his stand up. I was thinking more about his acting work. But yeah, Bob Saget famously does the. What's that one super duper raunchy joke that it's a famous joke. I don't even know who the aristocrats joke. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Makeup. Okay, well, that was good in theory, and I'm glad that that happened.
This is rock bottom.
What do you?
Two can tango, motherfucker. You want to prank a prankster?
So,
I feel like there's more pranks coming.
No, there's no more
You
pranks.
seem tense.
no, there's no more.
I've been to hell and back, so bring it on.
What's going on with your rings? Why have you got them?
I don't like the way you asked that question.
Oh my God, this
Are
feels like
you,
this just
into
feels like they're sparring in a ring.
mean-
What? Because I'm English.
do you know the song that says, my pussy pink, my booty hole brown?
Yeah.
Sexy Red song.
Can you relate to that?
It's very popular.
Was there any point to that story?
No.
Do you like sex on the beach?
No, because sand gets in the pussies.
Your pussy?
My butt pussy? My pussy?
Your pussy.
My dick hole pussy?
Yeah. When you get horny, do you get an erection?
That's so stupid. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I can't.
I can't believe he
You
didn't
can't.
say
I have a
bussy.
vagina.
Oh, it's nice. What's your best feature, would you say?
My booty hole.
Quite because it's functional. Hello. Zoning out. You zoning out?
What?
So you play the double bass. What was that?
I thought we had a moment.
No.
Sorry. Are you a big drinker? You look like a booze hound. Pinot Gris kind of energy.
I don't like wine.
What do you drink?
I like tequila.
Just tequila. Tequila soda?
Tequila margarita. Tequila margarita. And I like a tequila apple juice. And I like a tequila pineapple juice. And I like any drink that tastes like juice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
You like sweet drinks?
Yeah.
I like rum.
Rum,
I
that's...
drink like a pirate.
You're so random.
I'm random.
You're so random. I
Not
love
like
that.
the other girls.
Fucking random.
You're so random. Ahoy, me hearty.
He's
Did you say that?
crazy.
Yeah.
That's how British people sound to Americans.
Uh,
You want to hear my English accent?
yeah.
I'm going through heroin withdrawal.
So quirky.
So you do a lot of voiceover for animations. Is that because of your... Is that because of...
All the plastic surgery I've had
Years.
recently? Yeah.
Do you like being a bad boy?
No, I'm in bed by like 9 p.m.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you get up really early?
I journal, I drink green tea. I'm a fucking suburban fucking lame.
Oh.
I'm a fucking drip. I wear earplugs to comedy shows.
What?
The volume's too loud.
How many people roughly do you think that you've traumatized?
Billions.
Billion, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that rounding up, rounding down?
I'm going to the gym after this.
You should.
I believe he's being honest there. Oh, me too.
Can't take her anywhere, right, my man? I will take her away. I took her fucking breath away. I'm the wind beneath her motherfucking wings.
Okay. This has been really nice.
Has it?
And I'm
Your
glad-
crew is checked out. They're all on TikTok.
They're not
They couldn't be more bored.
allowed to be on their phones, actually. So
They're all on their phones. They're looking for other jobs on their phones.
I know that you love to
Oh,
break
he
the
actually
desk.
broke her there.
You want to break this?
So I'm
We can't break this.
gonna break it.
Okay, let's see what you got. Oh, nice. That's cute. You gonna break that too? It's really nice.
You ready?
Yeah.
Am I ready?
I don't think so.
Okay. Ready?
You already asked.
Are we ready?
Kind of ruined the spontaneity.
I've ruined it now.
Yeah.
Should I just go?
You shouldn't really ask.
Should I just do it?
Should have gone a while ago.
Okay.
How'd that feel?
That was really amazing.
Now, what is your name?
Yes.
Oh, I'm melting.
Oh my god. Oh, the editing on this show is so good. It's just so so quick. It's so tight. Yeah, she matched his freak. But not in a way where she was like trying to be Eric Andre. God. Okay, we're gonna watch the SZA one.
Flirting so soon.
I hear you've been having some trouble with broken clocks, so I got you one that works.
Thank you.
So you can just have that.
It's
must
not
have been-
moving on the inside.
It's working.
I'm pretty sure this.
It's working. It's not broken.
I'm pretty sure
It's
it
working.
doesn't work.
It's a working clock. So there's no snooze button on that, but
Ooh.
She's so pretty.
That was cute.
that was cute. Okay.
Yeah. The nuggets gotta go, and this is ridiculous, but that was very cute. I was just asking my friend, I was like, where do people meet people? Like, where do people
Where are they? Where are they? Hello? Hello?
Everyone in my crew is meeting people.
Apart from you.
It's illegal
You should make it
for
legal.
anyone to find love.
Apart from you.
Yeah.
My goal for this year is I want to get more bendy.
In one way.
Like, I want to be able to do the
Why was that
splits.
immediately sexual to me?
I want to be able to do the splits.
I got some splits.
And maybe I'd also like to put my leg by my ear.
Ooh.
Could that happen?
That can happen.
You think? More than the splits?
You need a catalyst.
Okay.
Like somebody to do it for you.
You?
With a strap on?
What? What are you talking about?
Because why else would your legs be over your head?
I just thought it'd be cool, like a party trick.
Okay.
You said you wanted
I
to try
tumble a
and
little
tumble.
I do. I tumble when I can.
Off a bridge, you were doing it.
Excuse me? Oh, I have done it off
Yeah.
the bridge. Yeah, in Hawaii.
You might kill your ex.
Oh my god. It's like after I said that, it was like, wow, that was so crazy.
I was gonna.
Cutie would be hilarious on this. Cutie would be so good on this show. She would be so good.
Say, have you always been that chill?
I just like was randomly, like just like slightly enraged.
So you'd rather be in jail than alone. I just think that maybe you got that wrong.
But you're with other people that are also in jail.
I would rather be alone than in jail.
Me too.
Okay.
Because I sung that, it has to be the case.
Yes, every single lyric of yours is real, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you guys don't know, I wonder if that was a reference to the fact that SZA is famous for lying. Like her fans joke about it too. Yeah, that SZA just lies about everything, but about little things. Except recently there was a video where SZA got together with Simone Biles, because SZA has claimed that like, oh yeah, she used to be a gymnast, blah blah blah. And a lot of people just kind of chalked it up to another one of SZA's lies, which it's not one of those things where people are like calling her out for the lies. It's kind of an endearing thing. And yet in this video with Simone Biles, she's doing the fucking splits. Like, it's very clear that she has had training as a gymnast. So now everyone's like, wait, do we need to rethink everything? Wait a sec. Has SZA in fact lived 1,000 lives?
Pass you a nugget? No.
Also, where the flats at?
What's flats?
Hello?
What? Hello? Do you think long distance relationships work?
No.
Someone asked me
The
if I had any
editing
hobbies,
is
and I
so
was
good.
thinking no. My only hobby is being on the internet
Really?
and daydreaming.
It's so good.
I know.
I think it's pretty expensive. Like, it makes the brain expand or something.
Do you think being delusional is a good or a bad thing?
It's such a good thing.
You think? Okay.
Yeah, because anyone who actually thinks that they're, like, grounded in reality, when it's like, where are we actually? What's actually happening? You don't know.
The delusional I'm talking about is I think that I'm going to go somewhere and fall in love, and it just doesn't happen.
I don't know. I don't even know if we're, like, meant to fall in love, because, like, who's actually doing it and sustaining it? I think we're just supposed to be in, like, fleeting states of loving.
Wow.
Do you fall in
So
love
true,
easily?
Queen.
Yeah.
Love, 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 love.
It's tragic, truly.
Do you think you're good at giving relationship advice?
No.
Do your friends come to you though?
I give it unsolicited, first off. You shouldn't say shit when you see things that are so crazy, because they're going to be with that person regardless.
Friends don't
Yeah,
listen to you.
it's true.
Yeah, I
A lot
don't
of the
listen to my
time.
friends either. My friends will be like, he's lying. That sounds ridiculous. And I'll be like, you're dumb. And I'm going to go do the same thing.
Again and again and again. I've never been able to get a second date.
Yeah, I feel like I can catch them, but I cannot keep them.
Yeah, they're slippery.
They get in there and they realize I'm fucking weird, and then they're just like, all right.
Would you say you're really weird?
I know, it's like the butt makes it seem like it's normal.
The butt.
On the outside, like I want
Okay.
to shake ass and do all the normal
Yeah.
things. But I also want to just like,
Isn't
I
that-
want to swim in the swamp and I want to like collect methane gas with my man.
What?
That's my type of shit.
But that, to me, that makes you more attractive.
Thanks.
Okay, so she's looking for Shrek.
What's the worst pickup line you've ever heard?
No one tries to pick me up.
Really?
Damn. I just realized that I'm undesirable.
I think you're like very attractive. Like I think that's more like that's a fact. I think that's not really.
I don't consider
up for
myself
debate.
conventionally attractive.
Well, I think it's cooler to be not conventionally attractive because I think being conventionally attractive is boring.
That's what my mama said.
This is so good.
Would you ever run for president?
Absolutely not.
I think maybe you could.
I want nothing to do with politics and I just want to be left alone.
Okay, cool. I'll vote for you though if you did.
Please, that shows poor mental health on your part. I don't know anything about anything.
Do you know anything about?
Actually, I know a lot
Okay.
about random things.
Like what?
Including aquatic things. I know a lot about human health things.
What's one fact about the ocean I should know?
You should always watch your coochie when you come out of the ocean
Really?
because of micro
Micro
bacteria,
bacteria.
microbiome and salt.
What about your feet?
But you don't have an orifice in your feet.
Do you not? No.
Ew.
No.
You?
No, I don't even know what that word means. Orifice.
A hole.
A hole.
An entrance.
Oh, so is a mouth an orifice?
Exactly.
Is your nose an orifice?
Exactly.
Eyeballs?
Ears.
Oh.
Anywhere there's a hole.
Butt.
Booty. Cooter bob.
What?
Urethra.
Don't know what that is.
Hello?
Hello?
Dude, she could say anything and she's just with her voice, her cadence, and her chillness. She could truly say anything and I'd be like, yes. Yes.
Do you think I'm going to survive?
It might be strange. Enjoy yourself.
Whew. Whew.
Too hot for you?
No. Oh, my mouth.
Yes.
I love it.
Would you do it again?
No.
I need another hour of that too. Sometimes I watch these and I'm like, they're too short. They're too short. Give us more. I would listen to her read ingredients to a bag of Takis. Me too. I would agree to anything that she said, which is why like all the lies, I don't care. I believe you, Queen. You say anything and I'm gobbling it up. I am all over it. Okay. Should we get into should we watch the first half of the plagiarism video? Let's rob a bank. Should we rob a bank? Okay, let's do it. Oh, wait, actually, I have a question. Before we get to that, this will be brief. I saw this on Twitter. I saw this tweet. If I open a book and the dedication looks like this, I will DNF. Does that mean do not fuck? I'll DNF so fast. This makes me cringe. OMG. Oh, do not finish. Okay. I have never seen a book with dedications like these, but apparently it's a thing. Is this a certain genre of book? To the girls who fuck the villains, open your mouth wide and take it like a good girl. What? To all the self-proclaimed good girls who want to be chased through the forest then fucked by a masked man. What? Is this Omegaverse stuff? To all my book lovers who want a man to push her against the romance section and whisper, "Which book, darling? This is for you." No, it is not. No, this is not for me. Looks around nervously. Yeah, who would read that? Certainly not me. No, not me at all. To all the book sluts who go feral over masked strangers that fuck like they kill. ... I got you. It's giving the same energy. Like this one in particular is giving the serial killer tattoo energy. It's all in the same sphere to me. Like I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, but also if this is your type of book, then that's what you like. It's all the same author under different pen names. I hope so, but I think it's multiple. I do. Aardvark King, thank you for the 6 months, and a small taco, thank you for the prime. What if the book's the hot? Yeah. Okay. Wait. What? Let's name some really funny books that if they had this dedication, if they had this opening, it would be hysterical. I like the Bible. Okay. To all the book sluts who go feral over mass strangers that fuck like they kill, I got you. And then it's page 1 of the Old Testament. Hungry caterpillar. To all my book lovers who want a man to push her against the romance section and whisper, which book, darling? This is for you. Page 1 of the Hungry Caterpillar. To all the self-proclaimed good girls who want to be chased through the forest, then fucked by a masked man. Page 1, the Giving Tree. Oh my God. Oh, the way you read it, the way I'm reading it is like that one sketch from I Think You Should Leave with not Vanessa Bryant, with who's wait, I Think You Should Leave. Vanessa Bayer, yes. The Instagram fulls. I just have to pull this up because I reference this all the time. This is the voice that I'm doing. It is a perfect sketch. It is a perfect sketch. And so every time I read something, anytime I read like some stupid like the poop story, if I'm reading like some blind item, I'm always using the Vanessa Bayer voice in this sketch. Holy shit, man. It's a perfect sketch. To the girls who fuck with villains, open your mouth wide and take it like a good girl. It's my favorite. I Think You Should Leave sketch. There's so many good ones, but I think it's my favorite too. It's just perfect. And I'm the biggest hog of them all. Oh, okay. Whew. That's close enough to plagiarism hbomberguy.
The story briefly.
Homberguy. Okay. Alrighty. So this is going to be a 2-parter. We'll watch the first part. We'll watch the first part tonight, and then I gotta go, and then we will finish it. I gotta figure out when we can finish it because tomorrow's gonna be dinner and a movie, and then I'm gonna have to pack after stream, and then I'm gonna have to leave on Monday. Okay. Yeah, maybe in a week. I don't know. We'll see. Hold on, let me grab some water. I cannot believe this video. This video has 27 million views. Holy shit. Oh my God.
In 1970, in Analog magazine, Harlan Ellison and Ben Bova published the short story Brillo. Ellison's one of the most famous writers in history, but Bova's no slouch. He soon became editor of Analog, where he was beloved and won the Hugo Award for Best Professional Editor 6 times. This isn't one of his. He accepted this one on behalf of George R.R. Martin, whose career he started. George couldn't make it. He was running a chess tournament at the time. Writers used to have fun. Now we just complain about Twitter. On Twitter. Brillo was about the world's first robot police officer. His name's Brillo because Brillo pads are metal fuzz. That's pretty good. This is one of the earliest stories in fiction about a robot cop, a commonplace trope today, and soon in real life. It wasn't the first example. The most famous earlier one would be Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. Remember this, it will come up later. Ellison and Bova thought the idea had legs and decided to adapt it into a TV show. They pitched the idea to a few companies, including NBC, where an executive named Terry Keegan said no. They later showed Brillo to Paramount, where the head of development, Terry Keegan, he'd recently been hired there, said no. The same man passed on the same pitch twice at 2 companies. Clearly not a fan of the robot cop idea. 6 months later, Terry Keegan sold a show called Future Cop to ABC. It's a show about a robot cop.
He's an android, a robot, the perfect cop.
Our boys realize they've been ripped off.
When I saw it, I wanted to file immediately. My attorney said, forget it, man. He said, 90% of all plagiarism suits the plaintiff loses. Besides, these guys will kill you. You'll never work in this town again.
They spend years finding a lawyer willing to sue a giant television conglomerate, despite the cost and the possibility of being blacklisted from working in television. In his deposition, Keegan claims he never read Brillo, an obvious lie. It was later discovered the memos proving he deliberately ripped them off had been burned. The jury found in favor of Ellison and Bova and awarded them $337,000 in damages, about $1.2 million today.
I feel like that's pretty rare. It's usually hard to prove plagiarism in the entertainment industry.
Ellison used some of the money to put up a billboard across the street from the studio reading, "Writers, don't let them steal from you. Keep their hands out of your pockets." Or at least he said he was going to in interviews at the time, and later journalism claims it happened, but I can't find any pictures, which is a shame. Either way, they still made off with all that delicious money. Yum yum.
I've been waiting 4 years for this moment. 4 years. To tell other writers they can fight them and beat them.
So, what's all that about? Okay, you know that trick video essayists use where they open on a semi-related example that sets the stage for the wider topic?
So another example of plagiarism that we had talked about recently was Eric Monti, who was he was a black writer who wrote on the show Good Times, which he co-created with Mike Evans, says that he claimed that Norman Lear, who we did a whole like tribute on because of how he really changed television. Eric Monti claimed that Norman Lear had stolen his idea for the Jeffersons, and I can't remember if. I know he sued. Oh, yes. Okay. So he sued his agent, Lear, CBS and ABC in 1977 and was offered $1 million settlement. He initially declined the settlement, but was forced to accept the offer after his lawyers threatened to quit that if he did not, and he was unable to find representation before the statute of limitations ran out. But then he was blacklisted in the industry due to the lawsuit. So this is like, it's always a double-edged sword where when you are the person in the position of less power, you can sue and you might win, but then you are effectively risking the rest of your career because there's a likelihood that you'll be blacklisted. And like that was what Will kind of went through with SNL, where when SNL had stolen his sketch, which is a commonplace SNL thing, his dad, who's a lawyer, was like, we could file a civil suit. And it was one of those things where at the time Will was like, he was dealing with the devastation of it, and SNL was his dream company. And also though, he's like, I wouldn't want to possibly get myself blacklisted. Yeah, so it's one of those where you are certainly risking a lot to try and get justice for yourself. You know?
The classic, I do it all the time. I wanted to open on a recent example of a writer winning a plagiarism lawsuit and getting their day in court. But there isn't one. This ancient case, which took place over a decade before I, and statistically you, were even born, is still the best, most recent, and almost only example. Ellison and Bova are among the few writers to ever see financial compensation for their work being stolen. Oh, this always happens. Testing, 1, 2, 3. For the foreseeable future, if someone else on here steals your work for money, there's not much you can do except talk about it. A few years ago, I made a video with some examples of plagiarism, and
Caroline, I went to a Paul Scheer book event, and oh my God, he told his SNL story that he had to leave out. They also stole from him and even invited him to a party only to tell me he didn't get cast. Yeah, SNL is a messy, stealing bitch. It is not an uncommon thing to have your sketch or something stolen from SNL.
even covered a time I felt it happened to me. The guy in question, Lukey Poo, briefly posted a 10-minute response accusing me of overreacting before appearing to think better of the whole thing and deleting this along with the video copying me.
I watched your video, went through it piece by piece, and copied it because you're such an incredible YouTuber.
Thanks, Luke. Apology accepted. He has since rebranded his channel, recognizing the irony in presenting himself as a literal piece of shit, but his videos are still awash with plagiarism accusations, ripping off other YouTubers for hours at a time now, the only new sections being stuff about how homophobia's fine. Maybe the rebrand was a little too soon, but no authority took Luke's video down. He could have left it up, and people often do. You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views, and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have an original idea, if it's good, it won't be yours for long. The fact I'm making this video during one of the biggest creative strikes in history isn't lost on me. Other people's hands have never before been this deep in the pockets of creators. We need Harlan Ellison's billboard now more than ever, but I don't know how to rent a billboard and it sounds expensive. So instead, we're going to talk about plagiarism on YouTube, what exactly it is, why it's wrong, and the many unintended side effects. Only then can we begin to talk about what to do about it, or at least what I'm going to do to try to put some of it right. I'm going to use a few relatively well-known examples you might have heard of already, and some new ones I found just for this video. I could even ruin some of your favourite YouTubers for you. Apologies in advance. So, let's start some fights. Part I. Philip.
What's going on, everyone? Thanks for clicking on the video.
Philip Mewson was a YouTuber who reviewed Nintendo Switch games and accessories and talked about Nintendo-related news. His videos were surprisingly well edited, and by that I mean they used way too many fancy transitions. I mean, they're not even hard to do, you just drag and drop them on your timeline and what? But when he applied for a job at IGN, his obvious mastery of a plugin everyone else also has, and existing channel with a decent size led to him getting picked as their new Nintendo editor. On August 6th, 2018, his review of Dead Cells went up onto the official IGN YouTube channel. But then on August 7th, YouTuber Boomstick Gaming posted a video titled, "IGN copied my Dead Cells review. What do I do?" He had noticed some similarities between Philip's reviews and his own, published in late July.
Dead Cells takes a progression of a Metroidvania and integrates it into this procedurally generated action roguelite.
It takes the progression system of a Metroidvania and transforms it into a procedurally generated action roguelite.
This combat system is fast, fluid, responsive, and one of the most rewarding representations of 2D combat of the entire genre.
Fights are fast, fluid, responsive, and hands down one of the most gratifying representations of video game combat I've ever experienced.
Dead Cells figures out
It's giving when you were in high school and you were writing a research essay and you would just like plagiarize the research, but then change a couple words and use a thesaurus. Be like, what's a synonym for deranged? Okay, great.
out an intriguing way to have your roguelite and Metroidvania experience all in one by focusing on your failures and urging you to try something new the next time.
Dead Cells strikes a perfect and engaging balance between the Metroidvania and roguelite experiences by focusing on your failures and urging you to experiment each time you do fail.
Dead Cells only falters slightly with some repetition setting in, especially on the early areas and during longer play sessions.
Dead Cells does falter slightly with some repetition, but it's only felt in its earlier areas and during extended play sessions.
Speaking of repetition, oh my god, the review was taken down while IGN investigated the issue further, and then later that day confirmed he had been let go from the company. But was this the first time Philip had done this? Catching someone doing plagiarism is difficult. Someone has to notice the theft, which means having also seen the copied work. And if it's anything obscure, that's quite unlikely. If you catch someone plagiarizing once, chances are they rolled those dice a few times before and hadn't been unlucky yet. People started looking through his other reviews in case there was more.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time when I've seen big examples of plagiarism in like the literature world, in YouTube, whatever, it's always after somebody has become pretty successful. Like they've been doing it for a long time. I can't remember who it was, but there was a big plagiarism story on a writer who was very successful, had like multiple book deals, yada yada, and finally had been exposed as a serial plagiarist. And it's one of those things where like it might have been something where people were calling them out for years, but they just weren't able, you know, the call outs weren't able to get any traction. And so that person was able to just continue plagiarizing and make a bunch of money. But it does only take being caught once. Yeah.
Kotaku, Jason Schreier's article on the firing was updated to mention an anonymous tip, pointing out similarities between Philip's review of FIFA 18 on the Switch and the one on Nintendo Life by Chris Scullion. Philip's review was made for his personal channel before he was even hired at IGN, meaning he'd been doing this for a while. Scullion himself would later post a video comparing his review with Philip's, showing off the many similarities, and I'll link that in the description. But I want to zoom in on my favourite example. Philip tries to hide what he's doing by changing words around, and he does it really badly. In his article, Chris says compared to the non-Switch versions, the graphics are a good deal less detailed. Here's Philip's version.
However, when you get up close and get a good look at some of the character models, it's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail than the Xbox One and PS4 versions of the game do.
It's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail. No one would ever write that sentence on purpose. You only create that by trying to change something you stole. There's a great example here of the deeper problems that plagiarism can cause. Philip's review contains false information. For example, here when he talks about the game's women's league.
There's some of you in here who are like, wait, that makes sense, right?
Feature.
FIFA 18 comes with the standard tournament and kickoff modes, as well as the Women's League,
Isn't that
which
how you
was
say it?
officially introduced in FIFA 16.
There are no women's leagues in FIFA 18. There's women's football, but leagues are specific real-life organizations that do not exist in the game. Philip's plagiarism avoidance techniques caused him to reword a sentence so badly that he invented a feature that doesn't exist. While these discoveries were being made, Philip made the decision to record and post an infamous, quickly deleted video onto his channel entitled My Response. Not an apology, a response.
Did he plagiarize this
Philip
too?
denied everything, took no responsibility, and told numerous lies in this video. At the time, this was criticized heavily by everyone for obvious reasons. But looking back on it while trying to understand this kind of behavior, it's actually really useful. This is worth looking at in a discussion of plagiarism because by being so poorly thought out, it's actually a valuable insight into how people react when they're caught and the different ways they try to cover their ass. When someone more competent than Philip uses these techniques in a subtler way, we can recognize them for what they are. Thanks, Philip.
There were a lot of circumstances surrounding it, but at the end of the day, I was the editorial lead on it, so if anything, that makes it my responsibility.
He claims there was a complicated process to making the review.
So
with
other
lots
people
of
are to blame?
Circumstances. The point is to make you wonder what really happened, so you forget what happened. Another way of doing this is to be passive about the events, so it's almost like they happened to him instead of being something he did.
Like I said, I take full responsibility for what happened with the Dead Cells review.
Philip doesn't say, I take responsibility for what I did with my review. He passively takes responsibility for what happened with the review. When someone tries to use language to imply what they did happened by magic, they make it pretty clear they're trying to deceive you.
I try to look at all resources that I have available to me before I start formulating
Yeah, the
my own...
classic I'm sorry for what happened to you is like, you did it! You did it! He played some song called Poisonous Rumor Trolley. It's giving toxic gossip
the
train.
most cohesive possible review. The bottom line is that what happened with the Dead Cells review was not at all intentional.
Even if whatever happened, it was an honest mistake of some kind. But the problem is, honest mistakes are easy to explain. Dishonest mistakes leave proof behind. Philip didn't unintentionally write a very
Tiger
similar
Thrower,
review
thank you for the
because
tier
he watched
1.
another one. He copied their words exactly and changed some of them to try to hide it. Hearing Philip try to pretend this isn't what he did means we're not just dealing with a plagiarist, we're dealing with a liar who has more to hide. Philip's next lie was he had nothing more to hide.
I was lucky enough to get noticed on IGN through my YouTube channel, which, if in case you're wondering, is in fact all of my own original work.
A truly amazing defense there. Even if it did happen, which it didn't, it only didn't happen once. But the goal is to preserve what's left of your reputation by getting people to stop looking for more. This behavior goes hand in hand with a special anger directed at the people who are looking.
So you can keep looking, Kotaku, and please let me know if you find anything. Which, by the way, their news editor, Jason Schreier, tried to imply that my FIFA 18 review was also inauthentic by claiming that I copied it from Nintendo Life.
It only didn't happen
that's
once.
Just so not the case. I mean, maybe he was implying that if you have similarly opinionated reviews, then you're just plagiarizing. Or maybe he's just trying to get as many clicks off of my name right now as possible. Or maybe he just likes kicking people when they're down.
Oh, poor guy.
I don't know. I mean, check it out for yourselves and you
Poor
be the
guy.
judge.
He's referring to how Jason updated his article to include that anonymous tip. Philip accuses him of deliberately attacking him for attention by reporting what he has done. The section about how absurd
So sorry
it
you
is to
feel that
suggest he
way.
copied
Yeah.
Scullion's FIFA review is probably why Scullion made his video in the first place. It begins by showing this clip. Bit of an own goal there. By the way, Philip, that's a football pun. Philip is using the reporting on him as a bid to gain sympathy. Yeah, I did something bad, but really, the bad guys are the people trying to see what else I did. Not me, the guy who did all of it. This tactic takes a more direct form.
But one thing that I do know is that it's not very fun being the target of a gigantic lynch mob
Cancel
who
culture,
wants
woke
nothing
mob.
more than to feed into your destruction. The amount of hate and threats that I've been receiving on social media have been pretty staggering.
So every time someone who's done a big fuck up says something like this as a way to garner sympathy, look, the internet is awful. Okay, I've gotten death threats. Like I know that happens all the time. But I always wonder when I see people who are trying to provide cover for the shit that they've done, I'm like, I don't really believe that. I don't. Or like maybe if you have, maybe it was like one. I don't believe though that it is this terrible thing that's happening to you in the way that you're making it sound. You know? It's hard for me to believe that because this is like every time Brianna Wu's talking about how she just, she's always posting about these horrible things that people are saying all day, every day. And there, you get to a point where you're like, is this just a ploy for sympathy to make yourself out to be the victim? Because it's hard to believe that you, being on the wrong side of things, being on team evil, are getting all of these constant heinous messages where I'm not saying, I don't want to be a person who's like, show proof, but it is something when you're constantly saying that you're getting shit like that for just simply being brave enough to voice your opinions. It's like, well, you lie about everything else, so are you lying about this?
And I get it.
Actually, so gross to compare it to lynch mobs.
People
Yeah.
are mad, and rightfully so.
Like, I
But
don't
it's one
believe-
thing to
I don't
go and
believe that
harass
that's
me,
happening.
Berate me with hateful words and threats, and it's a whole other thing to look up my family members and spread hateful comments on their social media accounts. It's just not okay. I mean, not on any level.
Obviously, no one deserves to have their family members threatened over their plagiarism, and there is a valid conversation to be had here about how we treat people who we believe to have done something wrong. And
Totally.
it's really unpleasant seeing...
Totally. And I agree with that as well. I totally agree with that. It just is something where it always feels like it's being used as a, I'm not the victim here. I am the victim here. Everyone else is awful. Like, you should feel badly for me, actually. It's like a diversion. What are your thoughts on the Kate Middleton conspiracy now? She's an AI.
Someone try to weaponize that and use it as a shield against criticism. He just got done shit-talking a journalist and trying to make him the bad guy, and lying about the FIFA review. Scullion has spoken about receiving a lot of abuse from Philip's fans during this period as a direct result of Philip lying like this, another potential reason he had to make that video. If you talk about harassment without being cognizant of the harm you are causing to others right now, you clearly don't give a shit about the problem you just brought up. Philip really didn't help his case by making a Columbo villain bet you can't prove it speech. You can keep looking, Kotaku was an especially silly thing to say, since obviously people did keep looking. Many more examples came to light. His Fire Emblem Warriors video was mostly reworded from one on Nintendo Wire.
Decimating mobs upon mobs of enemies with the simplest of combos, and tearing through forts and mini-bosses with some of the most flashiest and stylistic special attacks.
Most flashiest? His Samus Returns review was stolen from Engadget, and his Bayonetta 2 review from Polygon, and Jason Schreier seemed weirdly invested in reporting on all of it. In several videos, Philip just copied text directly from Wikipedia or other related wikis.
Super Mario Odyssey's theme is highly focused on surprises and travel, and the developers incorporated many of their travel experiences around the world. For instance, elements of the Sand Kingdom were derived from Kento Matakuro's experience during a trip to Mexico, and the Luncheon Kingdom's food aesthetics were inspired by Italy and other European countries. The developers recognized that when traveling to foreign countries, something that really has an impact is the different currencies.
All of my own original work.
On October 10th, the apology video disappeared, along with 901,000 views worth of other videos from Philip's channel. For a small YouTuber, this means a lot of videos getting privated or deleted all at once. This is actually another important tactic that plagiarists use, to try and hide as much of the evidence as possible. Philip has successfully hidden the extent of what he actually stole in his YouTube videos. Many of Philip's videos are now considered lost media, referenced in articles about the plagiarism or in videos showcasing it, but not as actual copies that you can watch. This is obviously no big loss, but it sucks for me that there's not many archived copies of some of these videos because, like, now I have nothing to cut to as reference footage. It's just, now I just have to stand on my set and talk to you. His article about Octopath Traveler is a fucking doozy. It steals a bunch of shit directly from Jeremy Parish's review at Polygon. And let me just say, buddy, if you can barely string a sentence together, people are gonna know something's up when you're suddenly using words like extrudes. When this was discovered, Parish tweeted, "Dang, I got extruded right into the middle of a scandal," which is probably the funniest thing to come out of all this. But that's not the only thing he stole for this one article. It also plagiarized one of his co-workers at IGN. Words from Seth Macy's video review of the game made it in too. Here's some clips from Macy's video.
Both its battle system and aesthetics pay loving tribute to the Super NES era. While this isn't merely a modern retread of past classics, but a phenomenal homage with genuinely fresh ideas in a fantastically charming wrapper of old school meets new.
Seth was especially shocked by this, it seems like, and it's not hard to imagine why. To take game criticism and writing original material seriously, only to have someone a cubicle over take a hatchet to your stuff and collect a paycheck for it is so deeply insulting.
Yeah,
Things were bad enough that IGN
infuriating.
pulled the plug on almost everything Philip ever made for the site just to be safe, something I've never seen an organization have to do before. He even, and this is insane, did a video explaining the Nintendo Switch's HD Rumble feature, and his explanation is just stolen from a fucking NeoGAF post.
A normal rumble is just a motor which spins, creating a vibration, right? Well, HD Rumble uses linear actuators. similar to Apple's Taptic Engine, which is what they use for the new Force Touch stuff in the new iPhones and Apple Watches. See, I believe that these are different in that they are more likely weighted electromagnets.
Was there anything he wasn't
Holy
plagiarizing?
shit. He copied some text from a forum directly into his script and just read it out. Why would you even do that? No, seriously, that's the question we're trying to explore here. Why do people plagiarize? Philip is a great help in finding answers to these questions, because 8 months after all of this died down, he released a second apology. Well, arguably his first, since he didn't really apologize in the first one, but still.
Hey everyone, I'm not here to make any excuses or to try and justify my actions. I'm only here to apologize to the people that I've wronged.
He says sorry directly to several of the people he copied from, but to avoid making himself look too bad, he doesn't mention the forum post or the time he stole from someone else at IGN.
The white
or a
shirt,
bunch of
yeah, the classic white shirt. YouTuber apology.
He also doesn't apologize for
Bright
denying
lighting.
everything, pretending it was an accident, or accusing specific journalists of being out to get him by reporting on it. I think this points to what this apology is actually about,
Clean
which is
cut.
appearing more humble and honest to try and repair his reputation.
He looks like foolish,
Admitting to
that's
the
what I
truly
thought,
embarrassing
too.
stuff, or the
And he
dishonest
kinda
shit
sounds
he
like
said
him.
when he was caught, would just make him seem disingenuous. It's hard to
Where's
come
the
off as honest
ukulele?
if the apology includes lying to your face in the past. He wasn't done making excuses either. 2 days later, he uploaded a third apology.
Hey everyone.
An apology for my
I'm getting
apology.
deja vu from these videos now. In this video, he tried to explain why he did all this. He had insecurities about the quality of his writing and his fear of disappointing people.
I felt pretty confident with my video editing skills and my abilities to create visually appealing content, but I wasn't always confident with my abilities as a writer. And when I got that big break with this awesome gaming company, my insecurities were amplified by like 10 million because the audience was bigger and the expectations were higher.
Aw, your insecurities.
Really wanted to do well, but I was also really scared of saying the wrong
We're all fucking
thing or
insecure.
putting out a bad review.
Now, maybe it's because he's lied before and still wasn't owning up to the extent of what he did, but I simply do not accept this
I
as
just
the
had
reason.
imposter
Lots of people
syndrome.
have anxiety about their writing. In fact, I'd say most writers do. Not many of them handle it by stealing, so anxiety and pressure feel like an easy excuse. From seeing almost all of Philip's videos...
Yeah, you want to know what's not going to work on the human race in 2024? Doing some real shit and then going, I just have anxiety and that's why I did it. We're like, yeah, we all do.
I feel comfortable in calling myself a Philip scholar at this point. I can tell you for a fact that he is bad at making videos. He thinks cinematic transition packs equal good editing, which is the reddest possible flag, but even in terms of basic content, the videos are just bad. His earliest videos are just news about the then upcoming Nintendo Switch. Or stuff like the top 5 ways to play the Switch, a console that no one can play.
Still spending time with family?
Joy-Con
Yeah.
method, and it's probably going to be the least preferred way to play the Nintendo Switch.
When the Switch was out, he branched
have
out into
anxiety,
reviewing
so I committed
accessories
tax
like
fraud.
carrying cases and stuff,
Based.
and doing unboxing videos. Some videos are just summarizing Nintendo press releases. This is the literal definition of content. It's like it got squeezed out of a Nintendo-branded tube somewhere. It's the most how do you do fellow kids energy I've ever seen coming out of a 28-year-old man. So he started doing the most egregious audience growth tricks for dummies you can imagine, like constantly having giveaways for subscribers. Philip's following didn't grow organically from people liking him or his work. Those people don't exist. It grew from offering free shit if you subscribed. But I'm gonna give Philip some credit here and say at some point he recognized, correctly, that he didn't know what he was doing. I mean, if it's obvious to me watching them, it must have been obvious to him making them, right? So, what do you do if you know you won't get ahead without copying someone better? You copy someone better. And I'm not even talking about plagiarism here. Even the stuff that isn't stolen is derivative. There's this one guy called Nihongo Gamer who's done some pretty useful tech reviews, and one of them was of an arcade fighting stick for the Switch. It did surprisingly well, and he gives it a proper workout as someone who clearly knows their stuff with fighting games. A few weeks later, Philip coincidentally decided to review the same thing. But Philip isn't a fighting game aficionado, so his live gameplay footage is him playing Sonic and, Mario Kart? Making this review functionally useless as a review of a controller made for fighting games, but Nihongo Gamer also in the same video reviewed this Switch holder that looks like a little arcade machine. Philip, coincidentally, is also reviewing one of these in his video.
This game is so much better now.
This makes this game so much better.
This isn't even plagiarism, it's just Strange. Philip didn't know how to build an identity of his own, so he just borrowed the style and content of successful videos in an extremely cynical way. He didn't make these videos for the fun of it, or because he cared about making them.
He just wanted to be
It was always just about
successful.
chasing success by any means necessary.
Yeah.
And when that didn't work out, he just borrowed even more directly and got into this mess. In a fairly recent interview, he's described himself during this period as having imposter syndrome. But that's wishful thinking, isn't it? There's a difference between having imposter syndrome and being an imposter.
Yes.
Objectively speaking, Philip...
I hate that imposter syndrome has become a term that is frequently used incorrectly. And he's dead on where it's like, no, that's not imposter syndrome, my guy. That's just you being an imposter. Like, you didn't belong here because you have no experience, you have no knowledge, you have no talent for this specific thing. Like, you should have picked something out. Like, they should have just done something else, dude.
Tended to be a reviewer and critic, while actually just being a thief and a liar. But I think it's possible to reverse engineer this falsehood and arrive at its core truth. The explanation lies in a little thing he said in apology number 3. I consider it the most meaningful thing Philip has ever said. It's not true, but it's meaningful.
So I took from sources who I trusted and respected and I agreed with, and I tried to change them in a way that I would say it.
Philip claims he sought out reviews from other people he respected to steal and learn from. But, to be blunt, who the fuck is Boomstick Gaming? When this happened, Boomstick's channel had just over 10,000 subscribers. Barely anyone had any idea he existed. And look at the other places he copied from. Mostly random websites, niche gaming outlets, fucking forum posts. If you consider something so obscure you can get away with stealing it, you do not respect it. Philip copied these people because he thought what they were doing was beneath respect. Remember?
Well, also, you are, as a plagiarist, you're less likely to get caught. No one's going to catch you if you're plagiarizing from an account that has 100 subscribers, that nobody is watching this shit. But if you plagiarize from someone who's got a huge following, then yeah, it's going to be more noticeable. Like, this is intentional. This is a technique.
Remember Caves of Steel? I told you it would come up again, you little bastard. You better not have forgotten. In the lawsuit between Ellison, Bova, and the studios, one tactic the studios used was to accuse them of being the real plagiarists, of ripping off Caves of Steel when they were writing Brillo. The problem is these writers were all friends who knew and respected each other, so they could ask Isaac Asimov what he thought of that.
So we went to New York. I've known Isaac for 25 years. And Isaac, in his deposition, said, I've known Harlan for 25 years. He said, you don't steal from your friends.
It all sounds so simple when Isaac Asimov says it. At the start, I briefly mentioned one of the many times someone's entire idea and thumbnail have been copied. The thief later flipped the thumbnail and changed the color of his shirt. Amazing. This guy's kind of notorious for stealing from people, and there was a really notable encounter where he made fun of a guy by joking about how many subscribers he had. This comes off as generic former Vine star narcissism, but it's difficult to ignore that he specifically steals from people he considers beneath him, having a lower number. If you're not as important, your ideas are up for grabs. In 2016, Melania Trump's speech at the Republican National Convention was found to have plagiarized one of Michelle Obama's speeches at the Democratic National Convention.
Oh my
the audience
God.
hadn't seen a speech given at the other convention, so none of them noticed, but the media did later. The question going unasked at the time, at least for me, was why Michelle Obama?
Oh,
Her speech
Melania.
about hope and dignity and respect and...
Also, let's be fucking real. It wasn't Melania who plagiarized. You think Melania wrote her speech? You think that she's ever watched a Michelle Obama speech? No. It was Melania's speechwriters.
Dreams had nothing to do with being a Republican. They hate that shit. Why didn't the writer rip off a Nancy Reagan speech about killing the poor or locking up black people for using the drugs her husband gave them? Well, plagiarizing another Republican would annoy Republicans, whose opinion the writer actually cares about. If you respect someone, or want their respect, you generally don't risk a fight with them by jacking their shit. But if you don't like someone, stealing is almost like getting one over on them, isn't it? No one was ever never fired or seemingly punished in any way for stealing a speech and pretending they wrote it. And that's because none of these people give a shit about Michelle Obama. They're probably glad it happened. If you broke into Obama's house and stole some of his silverware, most speakers at this convention would pay you a cash prize. Plagiarism is an insult, and don't people love to insult their enemies? Here's something petty I should have forgotten about but didn't. When Lukey Poo made his short-lived video response, while defending himself on the grounds he actually got the idea from someone on Twitch who saw my video, and they're definitely real, he still took the time to explain that he also didn't like I criticized right-wing YouTubers he was a fan of.
I thought hbomber was a relatively decent video creator. I disagreed and didn't like some of the stuff he did, like when he went after Sargon of Akkad and some other YouTubers.
This sat with me. Why was it so important for him to signal his allegiances like this? I think the point was to make his theft an act in a larger culture war. Even if he did rip me off, I'm the bad guy. I don't deserve to be treated properly, so if anything, it's good if he did. You don't steal from your friends, you steal from the guy who made fun of Daddy.
At this point, I'm convinced the only thing hbomberguy needs more than a testosterone shot and some estrogen blockers is a lesson in humility.
Okay,
all right,
where does,
fuck
and I mean
off.
this as a compliment, the most fuckable twink I've ever seen in my life get off telling me how to manage my T levels? Is he speaking from experience? The way Philip pivoted when caught to attacking his accusers feels all too familiar to me as someone who has received the same treatment from someone
Really
like him.
wanted to
There's
talk.
this indignation to it. I'm better than you. How dare you tell me not to steal? What's emerging here is a social element to theft.
Babyface
Plagiarists seem
twink
to have this
Bill
belief
talking
they are
shit.
better than their targets, more important, more deserving of credit, better politics, a better class of person. Your ideas are wasted on you. They'd be much better served in my videos. Other games people looked down on what Philip did with so much anger, and people from IGN continued to be aggressive at him for years afterwards, because they understand this instinctively. His actions essentially said out loud, he thinks games writing is so worthless, it's okay for him to steal it. The IGN crew are especially entitled to be angry about Philip though, because he did really damage their credibility. When your company produces plagiarized stuff, it damages people's faith in your institution and its ability to not do that, and it's really hard to get that goodwill back. This leads us, as all things do, to the Angry Video Game Nerd, Part E. Cinemassacre. The Angry Video Game Nerd is a popular series in which... I don't need to explain
You
that
want Fear
AVGN
Anakin
made
this week?
James Rolfe
Negative.
a household name the world over, in cool households. Under the umbrella of his mostly one-man production company, Cinemassacre, James made other things too. One of these, and my favourite, was Monster Madness, where every October James would release a video every single day about an old horror or monster movie. I used to rewatch these whenever I was hungover in university. It always made me feel way better. There's an infectious positivity to hearing someone share something they genuinely enjoy. Good stuff. As the years went on and he got busy with other projects and having children, I mean his wife had the children, you get it, Monster Madness took a back seat. Some years he only made a few new ones. The guy was busy, or maybe he'd lost interest in a project he'd done for over a decade at that point, and that's fair enough. But then Screenwave got involved. For people with better things to do, Screenwave Media is a YouTube network / influencer agency thing who work with various YouTubers, helping them produce content by editing their videos for them, assisting with writing, and helping them find sponsors. They apparently work with a bunch of channels in various forms, but they work especially closely with Cinemassacre. The writing and editing of the AVGN videos became different and weird, like someone else was doing those parts. The channel started making new types of video, which were like James standing kind of awkwardly in the corner while Screenwave employees discussed a movie. There was a Cinemassacre podcast and James often just wasn't in it. The guy whose channel it was became an optional side character. Oh, and everything became packed with sponsorships.
If you don't know, Skillshare...
It got so bad, episode 200 of AVGN is split into 3 videos with separate sponsors, purely because they sold too many brand deals.
Oh, we're gonna have to make the episode 200 3 episodes because we sold too many brand deals and they didn't tell James.
Under Screenwave, Monster Madness became a different beast. They streamlined production by eliminating the writing. It became James and a rotation of Screenwave employees you don't know, and James didn't seem to know too well either, discussing the film and trying to come up with something interesting on the spot for 15 minutes. Some of these guys were basically ordered to be on the show by their bosses and seem uncomfortable
Biggering is not always better.
being there, which makes these being shot on a dungeon set fitting. And you're constantly reminded why this was made at all.
Available now, US only.
Release the Kraken!
The show certainly wasn't what anyone had been watching it for, and the creators appeared to notice, because in April 2021, it was announced Monster Madness was coming back, for real, with the old style of scripted videos featuring just James and his short and simple voiceover. Like the old days, but, you know, with Screenwave's help, so not really. Newt Wallen, a Screenwave employee, was enthusiastically tweeting about how he had written 20 of the 31 videos himself, with others writing the rest. The whole point was it was a guy passionately sharing his actual opinions, but that guy wasn't writing them. But some people were still excited. It was a pandemic year, we were all indoors, not much else was going on.
Be sure to check out Cinemassacre's Monster Madness around the world, 31 days, 31 countries.
October rolled around, and so did the first new video for the film 28 Days Later. It was weird. Like James was reading something written for him, which he was. But what really stood out was what he was saying. A guy who famously avoids politics and serious real-world events in his videos suddenly started talking about how the film reminded him of the horror of 9/11?
And when seeing the film today and being put into that time period, you can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by...
Bro, you could say that about, like, any then horror, action, so many movies would be like, I just really thought of 9/11.
War.
It didn't take long for people to start Googling the words he was saying. A user named ZB123 posted a thread on Reddit showing a huge portion of the video's script was taken directly from a review in Film Comment, a fairly well-known film criticism magazine, by Dr. Cecilia Syed, who is currently a senior film lecturer at the University of Kent. Let's compare and contrast, shall we?
Horror films are frequently interpreted as allegories of our realities.
Okay, that was quick.
Their fantastic or supernatural elements often spawn from symptoms of social and political tensions in a specific era. 28 Days Later is set in a post-apocalyptic Britain, which has been devastated by an epidemic that within seconds can transform its victims into crazed cannibal killers.
Following a car accident, he wakes up from a 28-day coma. Finding the hospital abandoned, he walks out and wanders through the empty London streets. He finds that people have fled the country after the outbreak, but those who remain are either dead or become infected. The group sleeps in debris of deserted buildings, eats canned food from abandoned supermarkets, and fights off the infected. 28 Days Later aligns itself with the typical loss of individuality plot. It's interesting to read 28 Days Later in terms of the state of affairs of the world. The movie began shooting on September 1st, 2001.
You can't help but think of 9/11.
All those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war. 28 Days Later has political and social undercurrents that resemble our world even now, only making you wonder if history will ever stop repeating itself. But much like our heroes at the end of Day of the Dead, there's a possibility of renewal.
Order is born from chaos, and then chaos is born from order.
It was as if Professor Syed's review had been killed and brought back from the dead in a new, tainted form.
Wait, okay, so this guy, James, who was Cinemassacre, he had a successful product, right? He had his movie reviews, and he did it for a long time, and he was successful. And then he kind of took a break, took a step back, and then like came back along with what's the company? Wave, the one company. Yeah, so it seems like he sold his channel to Screenwave. Seems like he sold his channel to Screenwave, but then stopped doing the work and just started plagiarizing. Because, like, it's not that he was plagiarizing before. It's that when he started working with Screenwave, which made the product off the bat worse, then he started plagiarizing. Or was it always... Okay, let me just watch on.
That's not how the zombies in 28 Days Later work. Okay, it was like her review was the patient zero of...
He didn't write it, though. It was the writers at Screenwave. Okay.
28 Days Later reviews, and it infected the... This is pretty
He just didn't
straightforwardly
check.
plagiarism. The angry video game nerd had just stolen a film professor's review of a movie. In true AVGN fashion, shit hit the fucking ceiling. What was going on? Initially, Justin Silverman, the lead Screenwave guy, claimed this was a result of a new person who was helping, accidentally mixing some notes into a script, and this would be fixed soon and all the other episodes were fine. The new person thing isn't true. The guy who did it had worked with Justin for like a decade, but I can understand trying to protect someone's identity if you believed they had just made a small mistake. Justin updated the page the video was posted on to say it was being corrected to remove some accidental plagiarism, whatever that means. So whoever did it, they successfully convinced convinced Justin this was an accident. But it wasn't. There's the telltale red flag of the awful writing you get when someone who can't write tries to rewrite something they copied.
The movie starts with the usual tropes. Mankind's experiments go haywire, resulting in destructive results.
There's another way you can prove it wasn't accidental. You know, the other excuse we've heard before, how it just happened once and the rest of the videos were fine? They weren't fine. Reddit user Retired Fool went on the website the videos were being hosted on and found the second episode uploaded early. Most of it was from a review on ScreenAgeWasteland.com.
The hot weather was
The movie
hot.
opens with a shadowy figure with multiple hand attachments who calls in the boys, 4 men from a government agency trying to deal with an alien invasion in a small New Zealand town. Peter
Results
Jackson
do
plays
be
dual
resulting.
roles of Derek and Robert, who interact through the use of creative camera work and editing. So Jackson handled acting, writing, directing, cinematography, editing, and special effects for the film. Derek is perhaps the best character in the film. He's bloodthirsty, clumsy, funny, and a little too full of himself. He spends a good portion of the film on his own, but Jackson manages it. He's got a good sense of physical comedy that comes in handy when Derek is dealing with a flap of his own skull that keeps allowing pieces of his brain to fall out. Bad Taste
watched
is
this
a
3 times
gloriously
already.
gory entry in the
my
splat
gosh.
stick genre and a true cult classic. Watching it today, you can kind of see inklings of the kind of films Peter Jackson would prove capable
Fucking
of later on
diabolical.
through the pacing, camera work, and sheer
This is my 6th time. This is my 5th time? You guys, what? This is a 4-hour video.
inventive energy.
So Day 2's video was also plagiarized. The Return of Monster Madness isn't going so well. We know James didn't
It
write
is-
this.
it is
so who
very
could it
good.
have
It
been?
is very
was
good.
it perhaps the man who was just bragging about writing most of them himself? Yes, it was. The rest of the Screenwave guys looked at the
Okay,
scripts
fair. Maybe
and
I'll watch it a
many
bunch
more
of times,
examples
too.
were discovered. Justin confirmed several more were plagiarized, and Kieran, a video editor who later quit, claimed in a live stream that all of them were.
We went through all the scripts, plagiarized them all. They had multiple, like every single thing.
Oh,
was
this guy's
plagiarized.
this guy's
They
whistleblowing.
fucking plagiarized every single thing.
This is a tremendous amount of blatant theft, if true, but soon it became clear almost everything Newt did and said was copied. While I was looking for other stuff Newt made, I saw he was one of the speakers at the Roast of the Angry Video Game Nerd in 2013, and he was proud enough of this he uploaded his bits separately to a channel he was involved with. And just watching it without doing any serious checking, several of the jokes from this jumped out at me immediately.
Justin, I heard Justin was nervous before the show. He couldn't figure out what he was going to wear, either honey glazed or pineapple slices.
This joke is taken from a Gilbert Gottfried roast.
She couldn't decide between the honey glaze or pineapple slices.
Brent Vanderbrook is so deep in the closet, he's having adventures in Narnia.
This is a well-known joke from a 2007 Jimmy Carr stand-up special.
Come on, you're so far in the closet, you're having adventures in Narnia.
People have been ripping
The
this off
nerds
for
are
years.
stealing!
Here it is posted in 2009, with many of the comments remarking that it's old and stolen even then, and this was almost half a decade before Newt stole it. Here's an in-character Tyrion Lannister Twitter account reusing it a few months before the roast in 2013. I haven't seen the show or read the books, so I'm just going to assume they read Narnia there too. Don't correct me. While I was researching this topic, I
that
found a Reddit
awkward
post
moment.
collecting all the places he stole from for this roast. Obviously, there were a bunch. When I found this, I was worried people would think I'd just got this from here. I assure you I do my own research and don't just read Reddit posts. As proof, they haven't found the source for the Narnia one, so don't I feel special? Unless Jimmy Carr got it from somewhere else too. He's already stealing from...
I gotta be honest, I feel like one thing you'd never want to steal jokes for is a roast. Like, roasts are very well known. And if you are doing a roast that's... I don't mean like a group of your friends get together and you guys are roasting each other. I mean one that's... It's gonna live somewhere online. You will get
I'm a
caught.
British taxpayer, so I wouldn't be...
Like, this is something that I've seen happening with Drag Race, but then I was also reading that apparently that's a thing on Drag Race where they, like, purposefully steal jokes from roasts. But I was like, okay, but that's still plagiarism, even if that's the thing that they do. I was watching, I can't remember what drag queen it was, but it was, like, basically all of what's her name? Nikki Glazer. Yeah, Nikki Glazer, who's a roast queen. It was Gottmik. Yeah, and they were all stolen Nikki Glaser jokes.
Be surprised. Newt had just been very sloppily
Haley,
taking shit for over a decade. The guy was fired, and from the sounds of things, everyone's bitter about it, especially the guys who had to make new Monster Madness videos to an insanely short deadline.
And then we have to rewrite 20-something scripts and re-edit them in a week.
Even James Rolfe himself got involved. He quite famously avoids talking about controversial stuff, like 9/11, but there was enough confusion he saw fit to descend from his throne of gold and put up an unlisted video explaining what happened.
One of our writers had somehow added a portion that was taken from a pre-existing article. That's unacceptable, and all of us here apologize for letting that sneak in.
He went with the story Justin did. Some new guy pasted something wrong and confused his notes into the script.
Goddamn, Jeff.
The short story is somebody
Everybody
fucked up.
hates Jeff.
Somebody knew.
I'm not sure if this was recorded before this turned out to be a lie, or if they just decided they didn't need to explain it to the public in
Fucking
detail.
Jeff.
And that's understandable. But either way, it wasn't somebody new. It was somebody Newt. That's your joke for this video. Doing research, I found an interview with Newt about a low-budget horror film he wrote. However, the picture they used was Philip Mewson. I have no idea how this happened, but it's very funny. For the creative people watching, there's a kind of positive lesson here. You might be mystified why someone would copy stuff for a review. Why is it so hard to just write your opinions on something? But it turns out writing a good review is really difficult. For example, I use the phrase "it turns out" more than once every video by accident because I'm bad at it. I'm not even joking. I've written "it turns out" in the next section without realizing it. That's how fucking bad I am. Being able to write a good review is
I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm getting a call, and I think it might be serious. So,
unique and difficult skill. Creative people often have trouble recognizing their skills as skills because eventually they feel like second nature, and they don't feel real and practical like building a house or doming. But it turns in that this stuff actually is valuable. If it wasn't, people wouldn't be stealing it. Creativity doesn't feel super special or unique until you realize people have to plagiarize it. Ugh, I accidentally bought this in size twink instead of bear. Oh, would you like some talcum powder with that, sir? No, it's fine. Oh. I could wring the sweat out from that and probably sell it. It's worth noting that even when the plagiarism was cleared up, the new videos are still weird. The entire appeal of Monster Madness was it was one guy passionately sharing his opinions. If someone else wrote those opinions, even if they're not stolen, what exactly is the point? James put this better himself a few years back before this all began.
I want to make original films. Lots of people say, well, get somebody to help. Well, I can't get somebody else to write the review for me. It's an opinionated thing. Imagine if it was somebody else's words and they say, this movie's great, and then I think, oh, well, this movie sucks. So if I'm doing the review, obviously I have to see the movie and write the script. It's all me.
This is probably why he made a statement about this. Most people watching would have assumed James wrote the words he was saying, especially since he'd been so vocal about this before.
Oh,
this
sorry,
is an
guys.
insidious...
Sorry, someone I haven't talked to in a long time who I used to work with had texted me, and I just right away was like, oh, fuck, this is serious. And I just found out my, one of my former bosses who was really instrumental in my early days has cancer, but it's very bad. It's really bad. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. So many people have cancer. Oh my God. Oh my God. It feels like every time I'm getting a call now, every time it's to find out that someone that I care about, someone that I love has fucking cancer. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst. And if you need to know, I'm okay. I want to watch more of this. I told my friend, I was like, hey, I'm gonna call you back in about an hour. Yeah. So traumatized my phone calls, it stinks. I know now, like whenever, like I said, I saw a text. I saw a text from her. I haven't talked to her in a long time. And I was just like, oh, this is not going to be good. This is not going to be good. Holy Mac. Holy Mac. Man. Phone calls always mean something serious nowadays. I know. I hate it. That intuition when someone messages you and you're like, oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, and she has 2 types of cancer. 2 types of cancer. Like, can you, I just, 2. I know. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm so tired of finding out women that I love have breast cancer. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It's just sad. It's so sad. Yeah. God. I mean, I get so scared even when my mom is terrible at hanging up the phone when she calls me and I don't answer. So she's always leaving voicemails. And still, even though I know that my mom is just accidentally forgets to hang up, I still have the fear of God in me. I'm frightened, especially because my dad's had a couple heart attacks. He has hella stents in his heart. And so it was particularly bad, like, for the first few years after the heart attacks, where every time I'd get a call, I'd be like, this is it. That's it. You know, and you move away, you live away from your family. And so when you see that call, or if it's a call late at night or a call really early in the morning, you're like, yep, this is the call. And then it's not the call, but you still, every time it's another call, you're like, this is it. This is the call. Aware the call. I know. And it's scary because you're like, one day it will be the call. Like, you know it will be. And thank God it's not right now. Thank God right now this isn't the call. But one day it is going to be the call. I feel you. My uncle just got diagnosed. Dude, it just feels like so many people constantly getting diagnosed with cancer. I mean, oh my God. When mom calls twice within 5 minutes, yeah. And you're like, please send a text. You want to know the horrible thing now too? Will has gotten so much bad news in the last 6 months that now whenever I call our friends, so Marsh, for instance, I had to call Marsh the other day because I didn't know when the Australians were going to be at Hassan's, and Hassan, of course, did not connect me with them. And he was all, they don't have a phone number, but you can hit them up on Discord. I was like, I don't fucking know I don't know them. I don't know their Discord. So I had called Marsh to just help me figure it out, and he didn't answer. He was asleep. But he called me back, and the first thing he said was, what happened? And I was like, oh, no. And I was like, no, it's just Kaya. I'm just trying to figure out how to get in Hassan's house when the Australians are going to be there. But he's just now used to, like, if I call him, it's going to be because something bad has happened. I know. I was like, I'm so sorry, Marsh. And I get mad at my mom for the voicemail thing. I was like, if I call you and it's not a serious thing, I will remember to shoot you a text and say, hey, not a serious thing. Just, like, need help with something. Yeah. Yeah, and that's happened with a couple people now where I'm like, oh my God, that's how much bad news Will has dealt with. Where when I call our friends, they just think it's more bad news. Yeah, it's sad. Just gotta really cherish the people in your life. Fuck, man. All right, I'm gonna go back a little bit. Let's watch this till I gotta go at 9. I think this will be good. I think this will be good for me to watch this. I don't really want to think about. I don't want to really think about this. This person who I deeply care about and who helped me so much in my early years of LA. Getting really bad news.
Well, get somebody to help. Well, I can't get somebody else to write the review for me. It's an opinionated thing. Imagine if it was somebody else's words and they say, this movie's great, and then I think, oh, well, this movie sucks. So if I'm doing the review, obviously I have to see the movie and write the script. It's all me.
This is probably why he made a statement about this. Most people watching would have assumed James wrote the words he was saying, especially since he'd been so vocal about this before.
Thank you for all the love, guys.
This is an insidious side effect of plagiarism in larger operations. It implicates the person reading the script, not just its writer. But here, the plagiarism is just a symptom of the direction Cinemassacre's videos have taken. The unstolen ones are almost as strange as the stolen ones, in the ways James once predicted. You can only hand off so much of your work before it stops being yours. It feels weird to say this about videos where a guy calls a game from 1992 a fuckstick, but the magic is gone. These aren't videos anymore, they're products. Late Stage Cinemassacre is so low effort, the scripts have obvious grammatical errors, and James just reads them without even bothering to change them.
And it's with these survivors that Jim will struggle to stay alive with.
These videos used to come from a place of interest and care, to entertain or share something. Now they're made by a production line for only one reason.
Biggering is not always bettering.
Internet video as a business is at odds with internet video as a medium, dare I say, an art form. Put the gun down. The increased industrialization of videos doesn't necessarily make the videos better, just easier to make. But if you want to make as much money as possible in the short term, you cut those corners and you make as much product as possible. This gives me a chance to respond to the most common question about plagiarism on the internet, which is, why should we care? Does it really matter in the grand scheme if a review of Octopath Traveler or 28 Days Later is stolen? If you think that, you should try extruding that logic a bit further until it reaches the pain receptors of your brain. Internet video isn't a silly playground where teens pretend to be scared of horror games anymore. It's a business. There is real money to be made in this space, or so the emails from the World of Tanks guys keep telling me. So it's definitely worth interrogating the fact people's work is being exploited in these money-making endeavors.
Yeah.
This issue will become relevant later, and by later, I mean now. If you want to maximize your profits by making a video every other day, how do you write that much material? You don't! Part Illuminati.
And the thing is, like, it's not necessary. This is not, like, you just don't have respect for someone's work. This is not a life or death thing where you have to plagiarize so you can put out these videos every single day or else you're gonna die. No.
It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf. So out of curiosity,
Unless it's like a weird
I put on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminati.
Plagiarize this writer or I'll rip your eyeballs out.
I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was fine. My phone was several meters away and I couldn't be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it. This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
Oh.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Deere's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer, Kat, with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much. So, the reason the Illuminati video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
And made to pay a $10,000 fine.
And what I don't understand is, why don't you just cite the source, man? Why don't you just say, like, you know, make it clear that you are reading from another source.
Fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
He gets into that, okay. I'm too eager.
A former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Deere, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So, what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deere and the documentary pretty openly.
In 2004, Brian Deere came out with a documentary entitled MMR, What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deere said from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy. I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Deere's YouTube channel with the timecode burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source. She quotes a lot of other places too. Or does? Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminati video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want, and to give proper credit to the people whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing. If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
I love there's a tiny Andy there for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason. You see...
And then if you get called out, you can just... And be like, well, that's not properly said. You'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't I guess I didn't know what proper citation was. I thought that I had cited it, yada yada. Like, you can just be like, no, I wasn't pretending as if that was something that that those were my own words. Like, my bad.
This quote is from the same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases, just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors that were
trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
Chadwick said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus.
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells,
extracted their white blood cells, and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work. Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deere's words out loud. And that's how the stuff at the beginning
thank you for the 3
She got
months.
so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend she wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products. Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird. My favourite part is when some of what she's saying appears in quotes for some reason, attributed to lawsuit with FDA. Like, no, Brian Deere said that.
He established a scientific system.
Yeah, that also feels like a very sneaky way, again, to make it seem like you're citing that part. But like the other parts, even though then you can later be like, no, the whole thing was a quote. But it looks like just that part's the quote and then everything else is your own.
That would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for
Okay,
testing.
but she's quoting it and not driving at the same time. True.
This Pounder guy never comes up again in the video. She brings him up here by mistake
Hiding
because
that
she's
you only have one
paraphrasing
source,
another section
yeah.
of the documentary.
He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely to save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the documentary and not her video. Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary and trying to hide it.
Have I watched any of
there's
his other
something wrong
videos,
here.
hbomberguy?
Here's a hint. If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting. Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is normal, lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the actual video, but still. It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult to sort through, but if you keep digging, eventually you find a link to Brian Deere's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list. Somewhere. And she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions they exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right now? I mean, no, it's just stock footage, so clearly she wrote this part, right? No. She's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a Fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned to the UK in the late 1980s where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has no way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of sources. So we already know what the excuse will be. It wasn't plagiarism, she was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little pastebin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay. This is just plagiarism,
Copy-paste
but with a
a
shitty
Wikipedia
excuse
page
in
and
her
call it
back
a
pocket
script.
to create plausible deniability. The intent behind this is pretty clear. Illuminati videos are like...
Yeah, Ashley's right. Back in the day, you had to like hand cite, you had to hand do your sources, and now they have so many programs that make it so easy. Like it's all done for you.
90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may be a role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Medical Research Council also insisted upon a frantic rush.
Seriously, huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screenfuls of text from the BBC, various papers, Slate, The Telegraph, and Brian Deere. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deere in this one. Wow! But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel more original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring. When I think a video is being lazy, I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she plagiarized, are just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched. This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their sources, and then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad you were. One of the lights went off. Hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone is
She was searching through the dusty stacks at the library.
Convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean, it's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine. I see you. You little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realize if you didn't know the source material, you would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival,
But you're fucked
which I've really not looked
if you've
into
plagiarized, because hbomberguy
island,
will
but
get
an
your
underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of
You cite your sources, I just make stuff up. How about you plagiarize, I just make stuff up. We are not the
Exuma
same.
who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just
Would you rather
quoting
have a
people
plagiarist
mostly. But the
daughter
fact there's so
or a
many
make shit
quotes
up
makes
son?
it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do
And once or twice,
Source, I
Blair
made it
brings
the
up
fuck
one
up.
of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is. This all seems very above board. And at the end, Blair says those 2 documentaries were some of the sources she used for her video.
I used both the Hulu and Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up 2 documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too, and I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video. But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
And what I realized was that they had rented an area north of Sandals Resort.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a Sandals resort.
And then effectively photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K was a desert.
Okay, my question is hbomberguy... how... I've probably watched him like, wow, that sounds familiar to something else. But I don't think I've ever been like, I'm going to investigate this. Except for that one time, oh God, this is a whole ass story, but I've already told it before, of when I found that essay that somebody had plagiarized and then gotten into a college and they had plagiarized an essay from the University of Chicago. That was the only time I've ever been like, wait a sec, I've read this somewhere else. There's a reason he releases like one video a year. Yeah, he's got the plagiarism-tism.
Island dedicated to the event.
Plagiarism-tism.
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel.
Oh my God, she's shameless.
Working.
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I
took my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, with supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry, her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one. Although fucking hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu, she links it on 123films.cc, the piracy website she watched it on.
Oh, that's fucking
now
funny.
Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things that really struck out to me was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
The footage playing while she is saying this is the same footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just replaced the documentary's voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous. Quoting documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly, here's a New Republic article that quotes one of the things Blair did. As one caterer puts it in Netflix's Fire, it's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you, so she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people, which she didn't. This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary as her own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival consultant,
a metric shit ton, actually slightly more, an imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix documentary. Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot of these articles? What the fuck? This isn't even plagiarism, this is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily, and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage. You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all.
1.2 million.
Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters. What Blair is doing is so obviously stealing that YouTube would notice, so she had to put bisexual lighting over all the footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware.
Wait. Question. She has 1.2 million subscribers, but her videos don't get that good of views. Unless this is after, let's see, like 30,000, 20,000, 20,000. Okay, her earlier ones have better views. That's like, yeah, like some of these have 450, 345, 211. Is it because of this video? Like, she got hard canceled? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Because I'm looking and it seems like it seems like it's lining up with when this video came out. And her views just have taken a dump. She used to pop off on the algo too. Yeah, like I've never seen her videos pop up on my YouTube. Nobody crosses hbomberguy with their career intact. Yeah, he's made a lot of enemies.
What they're doing is unacceptable and is purposefully working
There was other drama too where people were already turned off. Okay, so that was the final nail.
around the systems designed to stop them doing it. Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit, though. The video has also been edited to hide the credit that
She was gonna
there.
sue
The Fire
Legal
documentary
Eagle.
itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event. And guess what? It credits them. Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the documentary too and puts a filter over it, but also blurs out the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also correctly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source, but if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art
Pretty sure she was
depicting
friends
her
with
bro
Oyami and then it
fisting
came
with a
out she was
person I believe she
insanely
recently
racist.
sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk.
How do you do this thinking you won't get found out is my question. Because you start doing it and then you get away with it and then you keep getting away with it and then you keep getting away with it and then you just never think you're going to be caught.
Of fan art is better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and quotes from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, "Oh, I used these documentaries as research" at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room in the video to show you just how much she quotes the documentary
Yeah,
without
you're in
telling
too
you,
deep,
while
your
reusing
ego.
greased up footage from it, but it's most of the video. There's just too much to show. I also
You just
wanted
been
to go
doing it
more
too
into the
long.
ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes, but this video's looking kinda long, so I shouldn't. However, before I realized I shouldn't, I'd already made all of it. So, check out the new video on my hot new second channel. I have a second channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch. As a creator, my question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or 1 pretty good video every year? Videos like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content. The phrase content mill refers to organizations which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention, with no interest in quality. If you've ever seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words, and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end, while showing you 7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they got to show you ads. There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing shit. The quality suffers, yeah, but if you don't care about quality, you save yourself a lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant race to the bottom, to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube short where a robot explains what happens in a comic.
The sad
You're a
story
nerd.
of Rocket Raccoon, the
Does he say I'm
drunk
a
who
nerd?
knew Batman's identity after Homelander lost his mind.
These float to the top because there's catchy names and there's hundreds of them. So they get recommended to everyone even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps. Today I will show you a drama, fantasy film from 2018, titled Be With You. Spoilers ahead.
These are so
Title,
perplexing
be with
they
you.
wrap back around to being performance art. He has
It
only
is
3
very
organs
sad.
left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop! An AI voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you. Incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene
It's
features
literally
a
just
guy
fast
who finds
food of
himself confined within a large cube.
The opening
videos.
sequence introduces a prologue. After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today, I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy.
Today I'm going to explain the horror zombie film.
Today I'm
titled
going
Warm
to
Bodies.
explain this new movie to
When
you.
the man saw it, he was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jake Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a
Hi,
movie
Jake Recaps here.
called Allerlero.
So you can see how content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost makes—
Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. What? Oh my god. I need... What am I missing? What am I missing? Because I'm gonna clip these out for all my videos, but you guys won't know because I'll just pretend that they're in real-time reacts. Do we get it all? Okay. I think we got it.
Makes itself. Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill. A few years back, reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped on it. She used to make videos reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add to the jokes, and, you know, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust? And that's, Tricky Dick. Very cool man. The Watergate scandal man himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several friends reacted to Reddit posts together called Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun. But this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade
Man, I
trying
wonder
to
how much
become a
money
popular
she
YouTuber
made.
by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really popular, which led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video essays started being a popular format, she
What?
pivoted again and started making
What? What about poop in a hole?
she makes now. None of this has ever been about actually making something she cares about. It's always been about making something popular. When these finally caused her to really take off as a creator, she basically immediately deleted all of her previous—
Yeah, these are people who are always chasing the algorithm. These are people who are always chasing whatever is doing well, rather than creating their own thing, rather than going, what is something that I care about? What is something that I want to make? No. They're just chasing what's popular.
cringe attempts to cash in on other trends. Remember when
Was it her
nearly
at the
a million
Streamer
views
Awards?
disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million. Sounds like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is. The Illuminati channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer. Wikipedia's got her covered. And if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process. And I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the Hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is fine. Quoting them or using some footage from them makes a lot of sense, I think. But at a
Goop
certain point,
Slay.
you're just repackaging other people's
Goop.
work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the Fire Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes in, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint.
God, I wish we could just go back to the era of the internet before everything was taken over by algorithms. Once upon a time, when there were no algorithms, when people weren't chasing those algos, when they didn't, there wasn't a way to it wasn't like an equation that you could solve and just, pump out content that's plagiarized. It's just shit because you're being rewarded in the algo.
Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bext burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's mintmobile.com/MLM.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to blueland.com/Illuminor.
Go to blueland.com/MLM. That's 15% off your first order of any products of Blueland orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day. But I do know how much a video with that many views makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen? Oh, it's money! This is a really good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small team of editors, you could knock one of these out every few days. And she does. I mean, she doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a description makes it okay to have done this. But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least,
MLM son
shit.
or crypto
When
daughter.
we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check.
Is late term is adult abortion legal? Is abortion after birth an option here? Like everyone's talking about how all these babies are just being aborted after birth. Yeah, can I actually do that? If those are my choices, MLM son or crypto daughter.
As adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her.
Healthcare.
Plot twist, baby! Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle. This is Devin Stone, law YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair. I used this clip so I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devin's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate
Some will say it's
her
Photoshop.
videos. Her evidence? One of his editors emailed asking how her editors achieved a specific effect in an old video, and then later asked on Discord if he could ask them there. I know, right? And if that's not enough, she posted some comparison shots showing they both have used torn paper effects when showing quotes, and
Okay, it is very rich. It is very rich that this lady is accusing other people of plagiarism. Insanely rich. Like, the audacity, and also, you start throwing stones, people gonna look inside your house. I don't know if that's a saying or if I just made that up. But seriously, you start throwing accusations around, people might look into you.
highlight text when they show documents.
Legal Eagle is no longer the one good lib.
It's cut and dry, really. There's just one small question left.
Sarnu saying,
and that
fuck
is,
it.
what
Yeah,
the hell
words
are
are
you
made
talking
up.
about? This is one of the most common things you see in all videos. No one owns the concept of highlighting text.
You start throwing stones, people are gonna look inside your house. Genius.
text. Tons of people use torn paper
Copywriting it.
in their visuals when they're quoting books or newspapers. It's basic skeuomorphism, when the thing looks like the thing that it is. I do the same thing when I'm trying to look professional. Legal Eagle has used these visuals for years, before Illuminati has used them even. Who's ripping off who again? But in any case, it's normal for editors to ask each other how they do things. That's how information spreads. You know those transitions that I do occasionally and Philip did literally all the time? I found out how to do those by asking another YouTuber named BobVids how he made his transitions so smooth in his videos in like 2016, and he told me what plugin he used. Almost everyone finds out about it by asking someone else whose videos they like how they did that thing.
Yeah.
This is a communal craft where people learn and share things. That's why there's 12 million tutorials for how to do a chromatic aberration effect without having to pay for one of the professional ones. Editing is for the people. More like comradic aberration. No. The accusation wasn't just false, it illuminates, haha, how Bless sees the world. She doesn't really understand the concept of sharing amongst creatives, because she's never actually created anything. Ripping people off is her entire business model, so she assumes that's how the rest of the industry works, just people competing to exploit each other's ideas. To this sort of person, the fundamental act of asking questions and talking shop become devious tricks to get you to give away your precious secrets about how you highlight text. Basically, this is a you
can tell when someone has only one view of the world based on how they treat you. So like someone who is like, I have to screw you over because that's how things work, because people screw me over, and that's how the world works, and that's the only option there. Okay, Hacks season 3, if you know, you know. But that's because that's all they know. That's what they know. And so they are going to view any interactions they have with people through that lens.
Completely
Zero-sum
ridiculous
game.
accusation.
Yes.
This particular thing really annoyed me, not just as a video editor, but because I had a personal history with her videos. Here was someone whose career is built on remaking other people's hard work 3 times a week, getting extremely aggressive that someone asked someone else how they did something. I'd found the Brian Deere stuff years ago and kept it to myself because I know this might be hard to believe, I don't like randomly starting fights with strangers, but since Blair seems okay with doing that, and it was on my mind anyway since I was already working on this video, I posted a video with some examples of her ripping off Deer in a quote tweet. A lot of the reactions to my tweets seemed to show that this made people rethink how they felt about the work of someone they previously respected. And this, for me, confirms my hypothesis that whatever you call this, there's something wrong about it. Realizing how heavily regurgitated someone's work is changes how it feels to watch. Even if you like something about it, now in the back of your mind you're wondering if it's them you like and not the person they got it from. Plagiarism stains a person's work and makes it tough to appreciate even the original parts, because you'll never really know for sure again if they're original. And being the one getting ripped off feels pretty bad too, which I'm sure Blair understands, that's why she posted all of these tweets.
One-off Raven taken for 4 months.
Now imagine how those journalists and documentarians might feel. Imagine spending your life doing painstaking research, actual investigation, going out there and interviewing people and physically finding things, not just Googling it and copying what's already there. And then imagine someone reading your words out loud in between sponsorships for dish soap, getting half of the words wrong, and not even making it clear how heavily she's relying on you to make her video. Brian Deere has had a lot of trouble with plagiarism. During the scare, Deere got sued and went to court to defend his findings.
So one of the reasons that studios will say, like, we don't accept unsolicited submissions is it's a way to studios, like, in streaming companies, like basically any major any business that is in the business of film production, is because they don't want accusations of plagiarism and copyright. So it's like, oh, if you send a script and then a movie comes out from, Sony comes out with a movie and then you're like, wait a second, that's my fucking movie. That's my idea and I sent this script, yada, yada. Well, they're protected with the we don't accept unsolicited submissions
could have lost his home in the fight to get the truth heard. So when people steal his work without crediting him properly, it's messed up. Some entire documentaries have come out which don't credit him. Channel 4 did another documentary about
Big
Wakefield
fat
recently,
liar,
and
basically,
they don't
yeah.
acknowledge that it was his work they were using. They pretend Channel 4 itself made those discoveries. They try really hard to cut Deer out of the story, and it doesn't even work. Articles he wrote and his book keep popping up in the background. Deer has been battling to have his work properly recognized for years, while other people pretend they discovered it. Deer actually put it best himself when he saw my tweet and replied to it. Sorry to drag you into this, Brian. While copying and pasting text from other people's stuff is a kind of plagiarism, it's not the only kind, and focusing on that as the only way would be a mistake that falls short of understanding the problem. Even when Blair isn't just reading other people's words, she's still gutting other people's work and selling it, and I hope I've explored that properly. I wish the story ended there so we could move on already. I had other examples I wanted to get to, I swear. But on the 28th of April, Blair released a video entitled Illuminati Exposed, which contains an apology to Legal Eagle, a response to hbomberguy's plagiarism claims, and I guess a response to the 5 other things she's currently being accused of. She seems great, and in the section intended for me, she responded to my tweet. So in the interest of fairness, let's see what she has to say.
Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly.
That's like me typing
I just want to
Homburg.
take a minute to define this word.
She begins by citing the many dictionary definitions of plagiarism, which is very funny.
On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford.
But then, she disregards all of them anyway and invents her own special definition with a loophole in it.
I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source.
The actual definition, you know, the thing that is wrong, passing off other people's work or ideas as your own, has had this new thing grafted onto it to do with crediting of sources.
To
the
not
other
credit the
definitions
source
do
in
bring
Shebag.
up
I
not
credited
crediting
them.
people as part of it, but Blair has made it central to her definition.
No.
Remember what I said about plausible deniability? This is Blair trying to cash that in. She objectively has passed off the work of Brian Deer, the Fire Festival documentarians, and countless others as her own, up to and
Very
including reading out
disingenuous.
entire paragraphs from articles without even telling you she was quoting anything. But in this new definition, as long as you hide a link in a document no one will read or mention once you used it as a source, it magically becomes not plagiarism anymore. She then gives the defense that she did cite Deer in that paste bin of hers, but her video demonstrating...
And that is like citation 101, where if I go, okay, a quote by Brian Johnson says, and then I read a line of the quote, okay, and then I continue on, though, for 5-10 minutes of talking. But make it seem as if, like, that was only that one line of a quote. You're going to think that I gave that quote and then everything else is my words after, just like how that was her strategy here. That is like you learn that as soon as you're learning about source citation and plagiarism, where that's like 101 type of shit, where you can't make it seem as if these entire following 3 paragraphs are your words if it's all from a source, but you're just making it seem like that first part is.
This actually shows why this is a cheap trick.
When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode,
Oh my God, we're only a
also see
third
that the
of the way.
documentary is listed as a source.
Illuminati's paste bin full of disorganized links is embarrassing to watch her scroll through. I assume she was trying to show how easy it is to find the documentary in her list, but then she couldn't find it. She cited it as a contextless YouTube link, so she has to have text appear on the screen saying which of these sources was the documentary. What really surprises me about the response is how deliberately manipulative it is. She makes a big show of how thorough she's being in her response.
With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table.
She shows my tweets about the situation, obviously, and she reads them all out, which makes sense. She's used to reading people's words for a long time. But she doesn't show the video she's actually responding to.
Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminati, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." end quote.
After slowly and painfully
She's like,
reading out the entire
not per my
surrounding
definition
context,
of plagiarism.
why doesn't she show any of the video? Well, because it would make her look really fucking bad. If she showed the video directly comparing her with Dia, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. It's obvious what she did was wrong. Instead, she shows this one screenshot, which just happens to be the part where she's technically quoting something on the screen. And then she gives the defense that, look, you can see I was quoting it.
However, in his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks.
A direct line from the documentary? The video says it's from a lawsuit with the FDA. I have to admit, this is some pretty clever sleight of hand. She's showing specifically the one section where she technically is quoting something.
At the time of recording, it was really obvious to
Sneaky.
me that it was a citation of the documentary.
You know she's pretending to quote a lawsuit while actually reading someone else's words, but the audience watching doesn't. Her official response on YouTube has way more views than the Twitter video she's responding to here. More people have seen a manipulatively framed single image from the video than the video itself. I got some replies from people who had clearly just seen her video and not seen mine, trying to defend her on the basis that she did put it in quotes, she just didn't cite the source correctly, and you can find it in the description. Some poor Illuminati fans out there think,
Yeah, well, this video has 27 million views, so...
I'm mad at her for quoting some words slightly wrong, because they assume, in good faith, that the YouTuber they like wouldn't tell them an obvious lie. Sadly, Illuminati isn't a unique story. She's just the most prominent tip of the iceberg of content mill video essay garbage. If you want to see these extremely poor practices in action, you need only
5
watch the
million
videos
army.
about Illuminati. You know, drama YouTube. The worst part of YouTube.
Koba says point of view, showing a picture of a man with a hatchet, who I assume is hbomberguy, but I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Drama YouTube is its own sub-ecosystem of content mills, grinding out infinite buckets of slop about whatever's happening in that moment.
Fucking
So I'm not gonna milk this anymore after this video, okay?
These people are so busy making the videos, they don't even have time to find out what Blair did. They're finding the most popular tweets on the topic and hitting the record button.
Not enough that they steal ideas. They have to go out of their way to slander others' work for having the most banal similarities.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, banal? And in their most evolved form, they're not even doing that. They're watching other drama videos and making their own version. I've seen the compilation I made of Blair copying Dia in like
Literally the drama YouTubers, drama Twitter accounts, drama streamers, whatever, they're all just competing to be the best hog at the hog shit snarfing contest. Just like Vanessa Bayer said. And I'm the best hog at the hog shit snarfing contest. That's why they're mad. See, it always comes back to that sketch. I'm so glad I finally showed it. Now you'll see how often I quote that.
40 different places at this point. But what's really
Excuse
amazing
me, let me
about-
cite my source. That was the Instagram sketch from I Think You Should Leave, starring Vanessa Bayer.
About it is that it's now crossed the drama mill event horizon. So instead of being credited to me, it's credited to the other drama YouTubers the current drama YouTuber got it from. In this instance, the previous drama YouTuber's name isn't even spelled right. That's the level of research we're dealing with here. I don't really care about getting credit for a video I made in 5 seconds. The point I was trying to make was that Dia is the guy who deserves the credit. But there's still an irony to it. I was trying to make a point about the importance of crediting people correctly, and now my Twitter video has human centipeded its way out of the anals of drama YouTubers into the mouths of second-order drama YouTubers who
Anal
don't even
to
know where
mouth?
it's from, but are ready to reheat and serve
That's
it.
some
This is
human
the lowest
centipede
effort
shit.
you can imagine. They can't even spell plagiarist right. Information itself deteriorates in the process of producing industrial quantities of content. The mask has fallen and the gears of the mill spin naked before us as they wheel and crunch, all meaning to dust and Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Go to audible.com/repent Harlequin to enter a coma and escape this madness. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to reply, Blair. I disagree. I don't think
Poor
your
Raid
new special
Shadow
definition
Legends.
of plagiarism with a loophole in it is plagiarism. I think plagiarism is plagiarism and you are a plagiarist. But thank you for taking the time to respond. And good luck with all that other stuff. We should probably move on. Let's talk about some good videos. Remember my video about the Roblox oof? That one did pretty well, didn't it? There's a bunch of stuff I needed to do for a follow-up video, but then I got distracted by this. But I'll do that eventually. But I'm really happy with the reaction to it. A lot of people I deeply respect seem to enjoy it, and it was even Jack's Film's third favourite video of 2022, which for me is an incredibly high honour, far higher than all the real awards I didn't win. His second favourite video was Man in Cave by someone called Internet Historian, and that thing got like 10 million views, so
I
I'm not
cannot
surprised.
wait for
Personally, I'm not a big
Historian
Internet
part.
Historian fan. Years ago, I saw a video of his about DashCon, a failed Tumblr convention, and it was really just a bunch of jokes about SJWs and how bad Tumblr is, and it was really disappointing. You know, he had the opportunity to talk about a really interesting moment in history, and he just used it to post cringe. But that video was eons ago, and I don't like to judge people by super old stuff they made, and a lot of people I really respect seem to like him, so I'm sure he's way better now. Anyway, let's finally watch Man in Cave and see what the hype is all about.
Have I seen Man in Cave? No.
No, I mean it. Pull up your phone, open up Man in Cave, and let's watch it together. No, just type Man in Cave. It's the top one. It's got 10 million views.
Okay, Man in Cave.
Oh, you can't find it?
Man in Cave.
It's not there? As of present recording, Man in Cave mysteriously disappeared months ago and has yet to reappear.
Man in Cave.
What happened to Man in Cave? Oh.
All right, we're gonna stop there. That's a good stopping point. What happened to Man in Cave? Well, we'll have to find out next time. Just right for the good part. We will watch some more of this tomorrow night. Yeah, it's a cliffhanger. I am sorry I have to leave early tonight, so I tried to watch as much as we can, but this is a 4-hour video. Cancel the movie tomorrow and let's watch tomorrow. I'll think about it. But if we do end up watching the movie, I'll try to watch some of this. Okay. Well, y'all, I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be my last stream before I head out to Michigan to go, I don't want this song. Stop it. To go be with Will and his family, and yeah, just taking the time to be with them. So I don't know if we'll get any streams done. I'm assuming not. So tomorrow will most likely be it until next Saturday. So if you're gonna miss me, then get your booties in the stream tomorrow. Be in chat. We'll be doing dinner and movie, maybe finishing the video. We shall see. I'm going to send you guys. I just saw that Mafia Jinx is watching Community. Last time I tried to raid Mafia Jinx, she had sent the raid to me. So I'm going to try this again. You guys can go spend your Friday night watching, or Saturday night watching Community. Hopefully that will be fun for y'all. Since I have to leave early, I'm sorry. But anyway, thank you for joining me tonight, and I have to go make some sad phone calls, and I'm glad I had this distraction because I really don't want to be sad. I'm going out to go celebrate my friend's 30th birthday, but I gotta make some calls first. So anyway, cherish your loved ones, y'all. Cherish your loved ones. Health is wealth. Cherish your loved ones. Never take it for gratitude. Never take it for granted. He is such a fucking drama queen. You're always with the final speech. Okay. Are you agreeing? I cherish you. All right. Good night, you guys. I'll